Chapter 238. Soon, the puppet of the God-eating mask had one more person. There were currently two people. One was Snowden, who was far away in the Red Spirit Estate, and the other was Cypress in front of him. Puppet control was an additional skill that could completely control the enemy's will and make it a puppet that couldn't betray. So, Cypress confessed everything he knew without reservation. Lavit didn't come to the Dark Moon to help Dominique kill Chinrue and Eric's, nor was it for the human trafficking. In the original intelligence, Chinrue and Eric's were just hired demon. Dominique and Cypress were foolproof, so there was no need for Lavit to come personally. The real purpose of the deputy leader of the double-headed dragon coming here was to take something from the Mellon family. As for what this thing was, even Cypress, as Lavit's confidant, had no way to know. This thing didn't seem to be retrieved yet, so Lavit didn't leave but waited. Lavit acquiesced in tonight's action. Eliminating the Cloak Gang would not only allow Dominique to take revenge, but it could also help the Mellon family and solve the problem of human trafficking. From Cypress, he learned that the Mellon family was the biggest human trafficker. Compared to them, Silva and the others were just small fries. The hateful thing was that the Mellon family actually took the initiative to report the missing people to Princess Royaljia and was ordered to investigate the matter thoroughly. However, they secretly manipulated the Gorfiend gang to kidnap people and transport people to the south. It was a standard case of a thief calling a thief. Now that the Gorfiend gang was destroyed, the dark forces of the Dark Moon were firmly controlled by the Cloak Gang. Therefore, the Mellon family didn't dare to act rashly to avoid being exposed. Chinrue narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Mellon family isn't a fence-sitter, but a super fence-sitter. Their foundation is in the Dark Moon. Not only do they have a relationship with the Red Spirit Estate, but they also have a secret relationship with the Blue Lava Estate. By the way, I don't know what that important thing is. Chinrue looked at the loyal Cypress and smiled mysteriously. The next day, Northwest Block, Mellon family's residential area. Lavit was sitting on the sofa, frowning. Cypress was standing behind him, and Lombardo was sitting carefully opposite. Patriarch Lombardo, are you sure Jia doesn't have any other Demon King level? Lombardo heard the coldness in Lavit's tone and quickly replied, as far as I know, the Palace Guards Commander Kaguran is likely to be a Demon King-level powerhouse. He usually uses some kind of special ability to conceal his power. However, according to a report from an insider in the palace, Kaguran did not leave the palace last night and was in charge of guarding as usual. Other than Kaguran, there shouldn't be anyone else. You know, the Dark Moon is the weakest estate. Except for the Imperial Guards, there isn't even a decent legion. How can it be compared with an elite legion like the double-headed dragon? Lombardo's last sentence was obviously a compliment, but the other party did not fall for it at all. He said coldly, the truth now is that my member Dominique was killed by someone from this weak territory. Moreover, there were still no clues about the murderer. Last night, in order to take revenge with her own hands, Dominique deliberately sent Cypress away, but in the end, even her head was chopped off. I now suspect Aguile and Eric's of the Cloak Gang. In the intelligence room you provided, these two people are just higher demons. Lavit, who was resurrected from the dead, was naturally Chinrue after using the camouflage skill. After releasing the breath of the Alioth state, it was similar to the usual Lavit. Together with Cypress, it was considered flawless. This posture was in line with Lavit's usual attitude, so it shouldn't be exposed. Judging from Lombardo's tone, Kaguran's strength was likely to be exposed, and there was an insider of the Mellon family in the palace. In fact, Lombardo did not have the slightest doubt about Lavit. He never thought that the person in front of him was a fake. Facing the impolite questioning, his head was sweating profusely. Leader Lavit, Dominique can't die in vain. This time, our double-headed dragon legion's loss in the Dark Moon. Cypress's loud voice sounded at the side. Lombardo didn't know that Cypress was acting under the control of Lavit. As soon as he heard there was a way out, he quickly said, "Sir Lavit, please rest assured that the melon family will definitely satisfy you." Lavit nodded gloomily. "Cypress, you leave first." After Cypress left, there were only Lavit and Lombardo in the room. Lavit's voice was slightly lower. "About that thing," Lombardo quickly said attentively, "that thing will be fully mature in about a day, no more than 2 days at most. By then, Sir will have to escort it." Mature? Chinrue's heart moved, and he asked, "You should know the importance of this thing. Are you sure it's okay?" "Absolutely no problem. Lombardo could definitely guarantee this matter. The Melon family has guarded it for hundreds of years. Now it's finally time to complete the mission." Guarded for hundreds of years? Chinrue's pupils shrank. What is it? Will it be the flower of mist? Or the requiem fruit? My luck can't be so good, right? I can't easily make a request now. If I'm exposed, all my previous efforts will be wasted. If Sir isn't assured, I can take Sir to patrol again. Lombardo saw Lavit frowning and didn't speak, so he took the initiative to say it. It was exactly what someone wanted. Although he couldn't wait to go, he pretended to be reserved and pondered for a moment. Then he reluctantly agreed. Lombardo walked into the study room with Chinrue and opened the bookcase. There was a secret door behind it. Open it directly? Chinrue was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Shouldn't he take out a book or turn a certain pillar first? This design really lacked any sense of mystery. After entering the secret door, the two walked down step by step. After passing through a long spiral staircase, Chinrue felt that the temperature was getting lower and lower. In the end, there was a bone-chilling cold. Under the illumination of the surrounding magic lights, he could see that the walls were covered with ice. Lombardo's finger emitted a faint red light. It was obvious that he had activated some kind of warm item. Seeing that Lavit didn't react at all, Lombardo said flatteringly, "Sir, don't you need to use the warming ring this time?" The warming ring should be on the real Lavit, but unfortunately the power of the scorching dragon kill was too terrifying. Not to mention the space storage item. Even the whole person was blasted into pieces. Those good things were also sealed in an unknown space, so how could there be any warming ring? Humph. Chinrue didn't answer at all and just snorted coldly. Lombardo understood the meaning of the song and revealed an expression of sudden realization. "Sir, are you using these mysterious ice to stimulate your body and temper your fire magic power?" Sure enough, the demeanor of a powerhouse. Demeanor your ass. If there was really that ring, who would be willing to suffer like this? Chinrue looked at this guy with dissatisfaction. But this temperature was really nothing to him who had trained his mind in the glacier. As the two continued to walk down, the temperature got lower and lower. Even Chinrue couldn't bear it. Lombardo was even shivering. The warming ring and his own higher demon power couldn't resist this kind of coldness. Chinrue became more and more curious. He didn't expect there was such a strange place under the dark moon. What would the mature thing in this place be? The stairs were finally finished, and then there was a long tunnel. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, Lombardo's footsteps in front stopped. What appeared in front of him was an ice cave. It was surrounded by dazzling ice light that contrasted with the dim lights along the way. These ice seemed to glow by itself, but the biggest light source still came from the thing in the middle. This was a snow-white plant. It was very small with 7 leaves on it and 3 fruits. Looking closely, the plant, fruit, and leaves were all ice, as if they were carved by a skilled craftsman. What is this? It's definitely not the flower of mist nor the requiem fruit described by the Earth Elemental King, but it's definitely a very rare thing. Otherwise, the melon family wouldn't have guarded it for hundreds of years. Just as Chinrue was staring, Lombardo said with his teeth trembling, "Sir Lavit, you see, this Realm King fruit is only 1 or 2 days away from maturity. It's guaranteed to be safe. So it's called Realm King fruit." Chinrue nodded slightly. He walked slowly around the Realm King fruit and circled it. After observing for a while, he returned to Lombardo without making a sound. Lombardo knew that Dominique's death made this deputy leader very angry. It was definitely his responsibility for the poor intelligence. Even if it wasn't, the other party would vent his anger on him. This was the privilege of the powerhouse. Lombardo couldn't care less about the cold. He quickly took off a space ring from his finger and presented it with both hands. "This is a little gift from me. Please accept it, sir." Chinrue took Lombardo's gift and looked inside with his consciousness. There were a lot of superb magic materials and a large amount of black crystal coins. If Chinrue didn't get the poison dragon's treasure, this should be the largest fortune. Lombardo, who had always been stingy, was bleeding a lot this time. These things were nothing for the poison dragon's treasure. Chinrue took the ring calmly. Lombardo had been observing Chinrue's expression. When he saw Chinrue's indifferent expression, he secretly thought that Chinrue was really experienced. He said, "I heard that sir is proficient in appraisal. There are still some unappraised treasures in the Mellon family's treasury. Can sir help to appraise them later?" This is obviously a bribe. Chinrue was a little puzzled. Why does Lombardo want to bribe Lavit at all costs? If it's just for the human trafficking business or getting in touch with the Blue Lava Estate, the price is too high. Besides, judging from Lombardo's attitude, the collusion with the Blue Lava Estate is not a matter of a day or two. Okay. Chinrue's expression relaxed, and he finally responded. Finally, Dominique's matter is over. Lombardo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Sir, my son Williams, Mellon, is currently serving in the Bloodwave Legion under Sir Fodor Tower. Please take care of him in the future." "I see." Chinrue nodded slightly. "Williams. Mellon, I'll remember this name." Lombardo was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, sir. It's too cold here. I don't have the power of a powerhouse like sir. Even if I have the fire ring, I can't resist it anymore. Please go to the treasury to appraise the treasure." Chinrue nodded and didn't make things difficult. Instead, he followed Lombardo out of the tunnel because he had already tried using the Galaxy Garden quietly when Lombardo was trying to please him. The mist circled around the Realm King fruit, but there was no hint. It seems that this thing shouldn't be a plant or water source. The Realm King fruit will mature in 2 days. From Lombardo's tone, this thing is very rare. It shouldn't be for Lavit's own use, but for a big shot. It is likely to be the Blue Lava Lord. Anyway, I've already taken the identity of Lavit. Even if I can't use it by then, I'll hide or destroy this thing. Before that, I'll go to the Mellon family's treasury to help appraise what is there. Chapter 239. As an old family, the Mellon family did have a lot of good stuff. It seemed that Lombardo was willing to pay for his son this time. Chinrue naturally wouldn't be courteous. He would be a fool if he didn't bite the fat sheep that was sent to his mouth. Besides, Sir Chinrue wasn't an ordinary wolf. The only pity was that he still didn't get the flower of mist and requiem fruit that he wanted. After plundering all the good stuff from the Mellon family, he nodded with satisfaction at the patriarch, who squeezed out a smile. Chinrue left with the thug, Cypress. Before leaving, he didn't forget to control Cypress to leave a famous saying of the werewolves: "I will be back." It made the patriarch of the goat family burst into tears. After throwing Cypress somewhere casually, Chinrue restored his Aguile costume and went all the way to the arena. Speaking of which, now that the poison dragon, Lomont, Delia, and Dodo were here, it wasn't convenient whether it was the arena or the lab. However, Chinrue had obtained Jia's approval to build his sheriff's residential area in the northeast block. It was considered as an official home. In fact, with Athena and these friends, Chinrue's sense of belonging to the demon realm that was unfamiliar to him at first was already quite strong. After staying in the demon realm for so long, he had a deep understanding that it was not like the human classics described in the memory of the original owner of his body, Arthur. The demon realm was an abyss dyed red with blood. It was full of ferocious, bloodthirsty, and irrational, beast-like demon creatures. They were immersed in bloody killing all day long. There were bones everywhere. These theories were nothing more than a trick to deepen hatred. For the ruling class, demonization was not a rare political means. The demon realm had its own race and civilization. In fact, it was nothing more than humans who lived in another environment with slightly different appearances. Of course, the demons advocated force and everything related to it the most. Relatively speaking, business, economy, and other aspects were ignored. Brainwashing political ideas also existed in the demon realm. Slightly different from the human world that demonized the demons, the demon realm magnified the shame of repeated defeats. At the same time, it described how rich and beautiful the human world was. For the aggressive demons, it was no different from double stimulation. The poison dragon's exaggerated cry awakened Shinrue from his daze. "Are you sure that thing is called Realm King Fruit?" Shinrue nodded and described the cold cave for a while. Finally, Peglio nodded affirmatively. "Aurora Frost. Sure enough. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect there to be such a rare environment like Aurora Frost underground. The cave of the Aurora Frost also has at least tens of thousands of years of history. Peglio, what is this Realm King Fruit?" Peglio looked at Athena and the others who were equally curious and said, "If the devil fruit is a treasure that all demons except the royal family will be jealous of, then the Realm King Fruit is the treasure of the Demon Emperor Powerhouse." To be precise, the Realm King Fruit was not a real fruit, but the essence born in the Aurora Frost. After consuming this fruit, it could produce a corresponding strange feeling similar to illusion. This illusion was extraordinary. It could derive different spiritual imprints according to the consciousness of the consumer and be absorbed by the consumer. The content of this spiritual imprint could be called the feeling of territory. It was a magical thing that could help Demon Emperor understand and deepen the power of territory. Demon Emperor and Demon Overlord were already high-level powerhouses. For powerhouses of this level, territory was the most important keyword. The spiritual imprint of the Realm King Fruit had an extremely strong acceleration and strengthening effect on the pseudo-territory of the Demon Emperor level. Even the real territory of the Demon Overlord level had a certain enhancement effect, but it was far less obvious than the effect of the Demon Emperor level. The Realm King Fruit itself also had a strong power that could greatly increase people's strength, but the most important thing was the effect of the spiritual imprint of the territory. The power of the Realm King Fruit is too strong. It must be above the Demon Emperor level to withstand it. Besides, it must be used within 3 months after maturity. Otherwise, it will automatically wither and lose its effectiveness. Peglio frowned. That Labbit specially came to the Dark Moon to pick the Realm King Fruit. Is he going to give it to a Demon Emperor? It is said that the Blue Lava Lord's power level is only the peak of the Great Demon King level, but it may also be hiding its strength. Shinrue pondered. Peglio, is the Realm King Fruit useful to you? The poison dragon shook his head. I have already realized the real power of territory. This thing is of little use to me. You should keep it for yourself. But you have to rush to the Demon Emperor level within 3 months. Seeing the poison dragon smirk, Shinrue knew that this guy was deliberately teasing. Peglio couldn't use it, and his father-in-law was about to advance to the real territory, so he couldn't use it either. The most promising person to become a Demon Emperor was the underground Chief Tauren, DeLong, who had eaten the devil fruit, but he didn't know if 3 months was enough. However, he must get the Realm King Fruit. It was impossible to leave it to the ungrateful Blue Lava Lord. Since the Realm King Fruit was so important to the Demon Emperor, it should be no problem to sell it at a good price or exchange it for something he needed. Shinrue. Delia suddenly spoke. Shinrue was taken aback and asked, Delia, you want the Realm King Fruit? How many do you want? No. Delia shook her head. I remember the Bloodwave Legion you just mentioned. It's one of the 3 legions of the Bloody Empire. It belongs to the eldest son of the Bloody Empire, Raisin, the Bloody Empire's crown prince, Edmund. Fodota is the deputy head of the Bloodwave Legion. Bloody Empire? Not the Blue Lava Estate? Delia's hint is too surprising. It seems that I still underestimated the Mellon family. Generally, big families attach great importance to their own inheritance. They won't put all their eggs in one basket, but the Mellon family. This is a big game of chess. They actually crossed the fallen angel empire and connected with the Bloody Empire. They even sent their son over. Chinrue suddenly thought of Lombardo's sentence. The Mellon family has been guarding it for hundreds of years, and now it's finally time to complete the mission. Was the Mellon family's ambush buried hundreds of years ago? Or is the Mellon family simply the Bloody Empire's ambush? Then, this Realm King fruit might not necessarily be for the Blue Lava Lord. Perhaps it seems that it is necessary to study the Mellon family's information. Also, when did the Mellon family's residential area appear in the northwest block of the Dark Moon? Chinrue frowned. After Delia finished speaking, she suddenly frowned. Although her face was still covered with a veil, she could feel the unbearable pain from her eyes. Lomont immediately noticed her abnormality. Is the soul shackles acting up again? Recently, Brock seemed to be constantly activating and even trying to detonate the soul shackles. Fortunately, the artifact of the Leviathan royal family, Illusory Shield, was extremely useful. It saved Delia's life. The Illusory Shield appeared in Delia's hand, emitting a faint light. The pain gradually subsided. She only recovered after a long time. With the Illusory Shield, it's hard for him to take my life even if he wants to. Besides, he can't detect my location unless the distance is very close. Lomont was furious, but he was afraid of saying something that would cause Delia's painful memories. He clenched his fist tightly. Chinrue asked Paglio, "Is there any way to remove the soul shackles?" Paglio only knew that Delia was controlled by her brother, but he didn't know other more tragic experiences. Even so, he was extremely disdainful of Brock. He said, "Soul shackles is the bloodline talent of the Leviathan royal family. It is very strange. Unless the caster voluntarily removes it or dies, or the victim dies, there is no way to completely remove it." Delia added, "Actually, the effect of soul shackles on the same race is relatively smaller. The stronger the victim, the smaller the effect. If I can surpass Brock's realm, then I can automatically remove the shackles, but this is almost impossible." Chinrue and Lomont looked at each other and saw each other's determination. Kill Brock! Of course, before obtaining the corresponding strength, they could only endure. "I want to go to the fallen angel capital for a while." Lomont thought for a while and said his plan. "To see the Isabella you mentioned." "I'll go with you." Delia stood up. Lomont shook his head. "No, you stay here. With Sir Paglio here, even if Brock really finds this place, you don't have to be afraid." Chinrue looked at Delia, who showed a worried expression, and added maliciously, "Is it because she is a beautiful widow, so you have the same old habit?" Lomont glared at the captain, who was adding insult to injury and exposing people's shortcomings. "Didn't you say she is from the Belphegor royal family? She has been pretending to be from the Lucifer royal family to deal with the fallen angel capital? I suspect that she is an acquaintance of mine." Chinrue took the opportunity to sow discord. "Old lover." Sure enough, Delia frowned. Lomont secretly scolded a certain human for being too vengeful. "Didn't I just disturb you a little when General George came? I suspect that this Isabella is my dead father's half-sister." Facing Delia's eyes, Lomont had to tell the truth. She broke up with the family 200 years ago because of some things. Her whereabouts are still unknown. When she left, she took away the inheritance stone. In the inheritance stone is the power left by the previous patriarch with a secret method before his death. If I can get this power, my strength can be greatly improved. Inheritance stone? There is such a cheating device. Chinrue felt a little unfair in his heart, but he didn't know that he had the biggest cheating device on him. Athena asked curiously, "How do you know that your aunt won't use the inheritance stone to obtain the power inside?" She can't use it because the inheritance stone can only be limited to males of the Belphegor royal family. Lomont glanced at Delia with a guilty conscience. My family tradition is a bit patriarchal. Delia had already answered for him. She was obviously very dissatisfied. Athena, who was spoiled by her father-in-law since she was a child, had a more intense reaction. Her beautiful eyes glared. Before she started to reprimand, Lomont said with a drooling face, "This is an old tradition. I'm also quite disgusted with it. Traditions are meant to be broken. As long as my dear Delia is willing to marry me, I promise that from now on, the Belphegor family tradition will be changed to patriarchal." Sure enough, Delia's face immediately turned red. All her dissatisfaction was thrown to the island of melon dolls in the human world. Lomont looked smug. He took a sip of wine and even shrugged his eyebrows at Chunrui. Chunrui rolled his eyes. Sure enough, shameless people are invincible. This guy can say such shameless words in front of so many people. What else can't he solve? This matter is of great importance. I'll go with you. Chunrui said with a serious face, "That lady seems to be a little interested in me. If I can prove her relationship with you, I can make a certain sacrifice to help you get the inheritance stone." Cough, cough, cough. Lomont choked on the wine in his throat, and he almost coughed up blood. What kind of sacrifice is this? He is clearly asking me to call him uncle. Chapter 240. In the end, Lomont didn't go to the capital city. It wasn't that Delia was really jealous and didn't let him go, but Paglio proposed to train Lomont and Delia for a period of time. Although the inheritance stone could inherit power, the same inheritance stone had different inheritance effects. The key depended on the strength and understanding of the receiver. Jia was currently at the peak of Great Demon King. A large part of this strength came from the inheritance of her father, Crown Prince Grimm, before his death. Since Jia's strength wasn't very strong at that time, she could have reached the effect of Demon Emperor, but she only reached the peak of Great Demon King. Moreover, Jia hadn't fully refined and integrated this power until now. Her combat power wasn't comparable to those peak of Great Demon King powerhouses who really relied on their own training. If Shay fought with Paglio, Paglio could defeat her with the power of the intermediate stage of the Great Demon King without using territory or poison. Lomont and Delia had been stuck at the peak of Demon King for a long time. Recently, both of them had taken a full set of eternal potions provided by Chunrui, so they were one step closer to Great Demon King. Coupled with the special training of Demon Emperor powerhouses, the possibility of breaking through the realm would greatly increase. After becoming a Great Demon King, the impact of soul shackles would be greatly reduced. Even if the currently unreliable inheritance stone wasn't taken into account, just this alone made Lomont volunteer to stay and train with Delia. Athena was also at the peak of Demon King. She had always wanted to enhance her own strength and help Chunrui, so she volunteered to join the special training. As for the barracks, it was gradually getting on track, so Eric's was mainly responsible for it. 3 days later, Chunrui brought Cypress to the Melon family. Originally, the Realm King fruit matured in 2 days, but on the second day, Chunrui's inner demon acted up again. It wasn't easy for him to endure it. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but ever since he opened the mysterious silver box, the frequency of his inner demon acting up was getting higher and higher. The progress of his star conversion had been stuck at 50%. It was very likely that the final progress would explode violently. This would be an unprecedented test. In any case, the shelf life of the Realm King fruit was 3 months, so 1 or 2 days was not a big deal. Chunrui wasn't in a hurry, but Lombardo was a little anxious as he was afraid of delaying something. When he saw Lavit finally arrived, he seemed to be wiping his sweat. Chunrui was the one who complained first. He accused as soon as they met, "Your information is indeed wrong. Aguile and Eric's have both reached Demon King level. No wonder Dominique was killed. Yesterday, I personally made a move and severely injured Aguile, but that guy was extremely cunning. He actually hid in the palace when he was dying. I came here for another important matter. I didn't want to alarm the Princess Royal, so I didn't touch the people of the Cloak Gang. As for the population, we can postpone the transportation. Let's wait for half a year first. I have my own ways by then. The entire sentence was 50% false, especially the last sentence, which was purely a bluff. However, Lombardo still believed it without a doubt. Because the Realm King fruit was a big deal, a mere human smuggling couldn't be compared, so Lavet's choice was completely correct. As for half a year later, when the situation calmed down, Lavet would naturally deal with the Cloak Gang secretly. Cyprus! I still have something to discuss with Patriarch Lombardo. You can leave first. Lombardo understood and also sent Ronald away. He took Chun Rue all the way through the secret room and came to the Aurora Frost Cave underground. Compared with 3 days ago, the fruit seemed to be much clearer and exuded a strong breath of power. Lombardo handed over a magic jade box and said respectfully, "The 7-leaf Realm King fruit is the best among the Realm King fruits. Even those ice leaves have a great function." Chinrue followed the method Paglio said. He first picked the leaves, then the fruit. After the last fruit was picked, the plant-like mystic ice turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared in the air. Chinrue secretly thought it was a pity. It would be great if I can put this thing into the Galaxy Garden and plan it repeatedly. He put the jade box into the storage warehouse and asked, "Who else knows the secret of the Realm King fruit?" Lombardo patted his chest and promised, "Sir, rest assured. Except for the previous patriarch who has passed away, only I know." Chinrue nodded. "By the way, your son, that Williams," Lombardo hurriedly replied. "How long has Williams been in the Bloody Empire?" "Almost 10 years. Sir brought him there personally." Lombardo smiled apologetically. The two talked as they walked and soon returned to the study room. Soon, Chinrue left the northwest block with Cyprus. Lombardo originally planned to discuss with Ronald about disrupting the Cloak Gang's night market. After Lavet left, Ronald didn't get summoned by the Patriarch for a long time. He came to the guest room and saw the Patriarch sitting there deep in thought from a distance. After Ronald called a few times and got no response, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He quickly went forward to take a look and was shocked. It turned out that Lombardo, who was deep in thought, had completely lost his vitality. A major event spread in the Dark Moon City. The patriarch of the Mellon family, Lombardo, died of illness in his house. The news of Lombardo's death was actually delayed for 2 days before it was announced. It was also the result of the discussion among the elders of the Mellon family. The person who temporarily took over Lombardo's position was an elder named Sook. As for the former patriarch's confidant, Elder Ronald was now being secretly controlled as Lombardo's murderer. Although Ronald confessed about Lavet and others, and several elders knew about the collusion between the family and the Blue Lava Estate, it was definitely impossible to hold Lavet accountable. Therefore, Ronald unfortunately became the scapegoat. Of course, these were all handled internally. To the public, it was only announced that Lombardo died of illness. However, this was only the beginning of the Mellon family's nightmare. Soon, Princess Royal sent the Imperial Guards to control some important places under the Mellon family's name with lightning speed. What was worse was that those places were detaining the people who were originally going to be transported to the Blue Lava Estate. Before the situation became public and expanded, the acting patriarch of the Mellon family, Sook, immediately went to the palace to apologize. Jia angrily showed him a series of intelligence which described in detail the evil activities of the Mellon family, including planting spies in the palace, secretly colluding with the Blue Lava Estate, assassinating the leader of the Imperial Guard's reserve team, Aguile, and the garrison's instructor, Eric's smuggling people and resources, and so on. According to Jia herself, this intelligence was provided by a mysterious person the day before yesterday. She couldn't believe it at first, but after sending the Imperial Guards to investigate, they really found those missing people. She couldn't help but be furious. Suk was originally guilty. He didn't expect Princess Royal to have such complete intelligence in her hands. With a sudden inspiration, he pushed all the blame to the unlucky Lombardo who died. He also brought up the Mellon family's past contributions and hard work to express his willingness to atone for his crime. He asked Princess Royal to be lenient. Jia knew that the Mellon family was deeply rooted and had a wide network, so it was difficult to really uproot them. More importantly, the Dark Moon couldn't be too unstable now to avoid internal strife due to desperation. She immediately followed Chen Rui's idea and followed Suk's words to propose 2 conditions to atone for his crime. First, the Mellon family would use the old house in the northwest block as compensation for the Imperial Guard's reserve team, the Cloak Gang. Second, the Mellon family was responsible for the purchase and supply of food. No matter what method was used, it must ensure the food of the Dark Moon residents during the capital sanctions. The first condition was fine, but the second condition made Suk's face bitter. With the Mellon family's reputation and means, it wasn't impossible to get food, but it would offend the capital. It was just that this time the evidence in Jia's hands was too fatal. Once it was publicized, the Mellon family would be condemned by everyone in the Dark Moon. Moreover, Jia had enough reasons to deprive all the glory represented by the Mellon surname. Suk couldn't help but scold the mysterious person who provided the intelligence in his heart. By the way, the mysterious person who provided the intelligence coincides with the time of Lavitt's departure. Could it be if Lavitt really killed Lombardo? Why did he destroy the bridge after crossing it and expose the Mellon family? Although he was puzzled, the most important thing for Suk at the moment wasn't to consider this, but to make a choice. After considering for a long time, the new Mellon family patriarch reluctantly chose to accept the 2 conditions. After Suk left, Jia's eyes showed appreciation. Of course, it wasn't for Suk, but for the planner, Chen Rui. This move was indeed beautiful. At least on the surface, the Mellon family had shouldered the key task of solving the food problem. Coupled with the trade in the West, the food problem could be solved without exposing the base. Chen Rui was the absolute winner this time. Not only did he get the Realm King fruit, he also killed Lombardo and set the Mellon family up. As for the old house in the northwest block, it was for Paglio. According to Paglio, the power of Aurora Frost was very wonderful. It could help him further restore his strength. Although it still couldn't break the shackles of the ancient rune seal, it could improve the current level of the early stage of the Demon Emperor. Not only that, the Aurora Frost Cave was also good for training and special training, especially for Delia, who was proficient in the water element. However, there was no hurry now. The Blue Lava Estate or other places would definitely send people to investigate this place secretly. Let's wait until they have seen enough. The value of the Mellon family was more than that. Under the cover of the double-headed dragon badge, the Mellon family's elder personally acted as the bait. Kaguran led the Imperial Guards to pretend to be a human transport team and launched a large-scale attack on the bandits in the south of the Dark Moon. The bandits who were attacked suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, most of them were well-trained elites. They were calm in the face of danger. Under the leadership of the leader, they finally successfully evacuated from the dangerous area and avoided the annihilation of the entire army. As a result, the Mellon family became famous for eliminating the bandits in the south. In contrast, the old rival, the Seifel family, was much inferior. They were still struggling with the protection fee of the Cloak Gang. As a celebrity in the limelight, the new patriarch of the Mellon family, Suk, had to swallow his anger and force a smile. As for the Realm King fruit, it was related to the Demon Emperor powerhouse. The Mellon family couldn't afford to take such a blame, so they had to find a heavyweight guy to take it. Therefore, the puppet, Sir Cypress, did not stay in the Dark Moon. Instead, he went all the way to the north with the smoke screen of Lavitt. The north was where the Red Spirit Estate was. At this time, there was nothing for Chinrue or the Dark Moon. Who cared about the chaos? Chapter 241. The drama of the Red Spirit Estate or the Blue Lava Estate had to be watched slowly. Chinrue was not in a hurry. Taking advantage of the fine weather, he took his fiancée and a group of relatives and friends to the Yunza mountain in the north for an outing. Initially, Athena proposed to go to the Blue Lake, but Paglio simply hated the place where he sat for too long. He refused to go no matter what, so he chose the Yunza mountain in the end. Since the sheriff's residence had not yet been completed, Paglio, who stayed in the lower level of the arena all day, felt very uncomfortable. Although he often went out to the pubs to eat hot pot, he always felt uncomfortable. In contrast, Lomont's awareness was much higher. As long as Delia was there, this guy could surprisingly settle down. Or should I help a dead duck dragon find a female plus magnetic spouse? It was just that this dragon's taste seemed to be a bit special. It seemed to have beautiful hard scales, sharp and clean teeth, and so on. The heavy taste of spouse standards shocked several listeners. However, it was not a waste to be able to find a beautiful place with a few close friends to gather together and talk about romance. In fact, it was arguing and scolding. Isn't life boring if it's too tense all the time? Seeing the scene of everyone drinking happily, Chinrue only felt that his mood was particularly peaceful, as if he returned to the days when he took his girlfriend and a few buddies out for a barbecue outing in college. He couldn't help but smile. Compared to his lover Athena, his contract partner Paglio, and his servant Dodo, Lomont and Delia were also included in the list of partners. The relationship between people was wonderful. Sometimes there was no need for any special reason or explanation for congenial feelings. Although the wife-con guy looked unreliable, he was a ruthless character who could really do anything for his friends. He was definitely not a villain like Cassius, who would stab his friends in the back. I say, Lord Uncle, when will your roast meat be ready? If you don't win me over now, how can you pursue my charming aunt in the future? Lomont picked the shredded meat between his teeth. Obviously, the dozens of barbecue just now were not enough to fill this gluttonous appetite. Could it be that the analytical eyes is wrong? This guy is actually a gluttonous royal family? Chinrue shook his head and withdrew the positive evaluation of this guy in his mind just now. This guy clearly had the word shameless written in bold and black, eye-catching font on his face. Since the last time he teased him to accompany him to the capital to be his uncle, Lomont really got into a fight. He would sow discord in front of Athena from time to time. Although Athena said more than once that she could tolerate Chinrue's harem adding a noble woman, little princess, and a succubus maid, it was one thing to say and another to do. Moreover, this silly girl's favorability towards Isabella, who used voodoo on Chinrue, was negative. She would never allow her man to be hooked up with such a woman. Even if she could be Lomont's aunt. Sure enough, as soon as Lomont finished his words, the uncle felt a pain in his waist almost reflexively. He was pinched by Athena a little. His poor muscles were twisting 360 degrees. It was so painful that he gritted his teeth. He wished he could sprinkle poison on the barbecue and poison the B***starred who ate his food and still had a dirty mouth. Just as this painful but especially enjoyable outing was going on, 2 tri-horned rhinos came rumbling over. After the bus stopped, 2 people jumped down from it and walked over in an aggressive manner. Seeing the leader, Chinrue's heart tightened. The other party was obviously coming for him. In terms of making a move, even if Jia came in person, he could rest easy with Paglio around. The problem was that the other party didn't come to make a move at all, so Paglio could only be a decoration. Number of enemies, 2 people in uniform. Mini-boss, 1 lowly in princess attire. Minion, 1 siren in maid attire. Chinrue, I've been looking for you for a long time, and you're actually enjoying yourself here alone. The little lowly was obviously unhappy, as if this human owed the princess tens of millions of black crystal coins. Alone? Is your math worse than Dodo's? Chinrue stood up helplessly, but Athena was much faster than him. She greeted Alice. As soon as the little lowly saw Athena, Her stern face suddenly burst into a bright smile, making Chen Rui believe that the Lucifer family's bloodline talent had another chameleon skill. Athena, you don't mind me disturbing you, right? Why would I? Come on, this barbecue is for you. In Athena's heart, Alice's position and Delia's were equal. These good friends were all here, so it was better to have one more. Are these all your friends? Alice looked curiously at the unfamiliar faces around her. They didn't seem to be from the Dark Moon City. Their reactions were very dull. Otherwise, who wouldn't be respectful to her, the little princess? Athena nodded. When Alice heard that they were friends, she bowed to everyone generously. Everyone can just call me Alice. Can Kia and I join you? I can tell that the little loli is actually a good master. She even got together with Kia, but it seems that Kia's real master is barbecuing. Chenrue rushed to introduce. These are Athena's good friends from the Warlock Fortress. They just arrived at the Dark Moon recently. This is Paglio, this is Nicole, and this bastard is called Lennon. This is the Dark Moon Lord, Princess Jia's sister, little Princess Alice. That is Kia. Drink this bottle of wine, and you'll be in our group. Paglio didn't forget the little princess who fainted Chenrue with a stick and kissed him forcefully by the blue lake. He smiled and threw a bottle of wine over. Alice's eyes were bright. She immediately noticed that this criminal gang named Athena's Friends was vaguely led by Paglio. She smiled and took the bottle of wine. Thank you, big brother Paglio. Paglio grinned and didn't comment on this title. In fact, Alice liked this kind of atmosphere. The little loli was a very sensitive little girl. She had seen too much hypocrisy and fear. Naturally, she could feel that these people really didn't care about her identity. The little loli had been protected and controlled by her workaholic sister for a long time. She had always envied the small circle of peers who had no scruples. Now, besides Athena, she had so many friends who didn't care about her identity. She was naturally excited. She didn't care about the stranger's food and other instructions. She took it and drank it. Chenrue quickly got up to stop her. Little princess, you can't drink. This isn't the family banquet in the palace. If the little loli goes back drunk and is seen by her sister, won't she find the culprit and ask him for a crime similar to abduction and instigation? Alice's eyes widened as if she was about to show her power. Suddenly, she thought that she couldn't be too arrogant in front of these new friends. Her widened eyes instantly became watery and flashed. Actually, today is my birthday. Can't you even satisfy this little wish? Athena, who was next to her, was taken aback. Little princess, your birthday. Alice hugged Athena. Her body trembled slightly, and she obviously sobbed. Athena, my sister hasn't remembered my birthday for 3 years. Athena's eyes became soft. She patted the little loli's back and said to Chenrue, Little princess is right. Princess Royal Highness is too busy. Let her be happy. Chenrue thought of his own birthday where he had 3 people together many times and he was a little sad. He nodded and said, well, just this time. As Athena said, let her be happy for once today. Alice's eyes lit up while holding Athena. Her sobs immediately turned into cheers. She jumped 3 feet high, opened the cork, and drank half of the bottle of wine in one breath. Lomont immediately applauded, and Paglio also raised the bottle. Under the instigation of the 2 unscrupulous drunkards, Alice raised her head again, and the bottle was turned upside down. Although the alcohol content of this fruit wine was not very high, the after effect was particularly strong. Soon, Alice's face became red. Looking at the empty bottles on the ground, Chenrue was a little speechless at the loli's alcohol tolerance. These abominable instigators, when they are questioned by Princess Royal, I will definitely be the scapegoat. Chenrue shook his head speechlessly. With her cute appearance and good alcohol tolerance, as well as her incessant calling brother and sister, Alice quickly integrated into the small circle and got along well. On the other hand, Kia seemed abnormally submissive. She didn't say a word, and she just helped Chenrue like a truly loyal and honest maid. "What is this? Such a cute, demonic beast." The lowly, who was in a good mood, felt that everything was cute. She threw a piece of barbecue to Dodo. Dodo was secretly warned by his master not to reveal his power without authorization, but he naturally didn't refuse food. He swallowed it in one gulp. Then the little lowly threw more vigorously, and she also threw a bottle of wine over. This made Sir Dodo, who had been acting as a waiter and could only drink secretly, move to tears. As a demon, king-level, demonic beast, under the bribe of a bottle of wine, he began to flatter the beautiful and moving Princess Royal Highness without any moral integrity. The little lowly, who was already a little drunk, laughed out loud. Chinrue thought for a while and took out a strange magic item. This was made after he specially consulted Master Xingxing. Its function was baking. That's right, it's baking. Fire magic circle plus temperature control, a bunch of messy things. As a result, this demon realm bake-off was made. After Master Xingxing learned the function of this painstakingly designed item, he almost grabbed Chinrue and made him try this boring thing with his head. However, as a transmigrator, someone knocked down the dark goblin master with just a few words. The real mechanic skill is not to destroy life, but to benefit life. This is the true meaning of mechanics. For example, the most widely used magic lamp at present was invented by the mechanic Grand Master Martini 70,000 years ago. It looked simple, but it could be passed down through the ages. As the saying goes, the upright may be bent, the clever may be clumsy. Just when the dark goblin master and the dark elf master were deep in thought, Chinrue once again threw a bombshell. His teacher once had such an idea. He designed a vehicle propelled by magic that could be used by all ordinary people. He designed an item to wash clothes with magic. Instead of making weapons for killing and fighting, why not use mechanics to benefit future generations? The two top masters were fooled. In fact, Chinrue's purpose was very simple. It was to make a cake for Athena to taste. But he didn't expect that these remarks would become the fuse that ignited the demon realm's industrial revolution in the future. Well, back to the topic. After using the powder of special crops to ferment and baking at the right temperature, a simple cake was ready. In fact, the baking machine had been out for less than 3 days. Chinrue had been secretly experimenting with the effect to give Athena a surprise. After failing n times, Chinrue finally succeeded in making the baking machine recognize him as the owner and successfully mastered the heat. The aroma attracted the attention of everyone, including Athena. After the golden cake was baked, Chinrue mixed fresh milk with a special demon realm plant, white oil flour. Then he used the prepared homemade flour embosser to squeeze out simple patterns and words on the cake. Alice, happy birthday. The nephew on the side read it out, and everyone understood. Alice's face became redder with excitement. She had been coveting this delicious thing for a long time. She was thinking about how to rush up and grab a large piece for herself, but she didn't expect that it was prepared for her. Princess Alice, how old are you this year? Rude guy, don't you know that a woman's age can't be casually asked? Alice glanced contemptuously at the questioner. Chinrue. She confidently classified herself as a woman instead of a girl. Chinrue shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, this birthday cake is not perfect. Let's forget about the important ceremony later." When Alice heard that it was related to this cake, called the naming birthday and the important ceremony, she was shy for a while and gently rubbed the corner of her skirt. "I was 13 last year." "Who asked you last year?" Chinrue was speechless. "Forget it, isn't it just 14? A standard little lowly. After inserting 14 combustible plants similar to candles, the little lowly made a wish in a low voice. Then she followed Chinrue's routine and blew it in one breath. Not only did the 14 candles go out in response, but at the same time the soft demon realm version of cream was very gently blown to the cheapskate nephew on the opposite side, sticking to his face. Obviously, the cheapskate uncle did it on purpose. Next was the cake-sharing session of Happiness is Multiplication. Seeing everyone sharing the birthday cake that she cut with her own hands with a smile, Alice's eyes suddenly became a little red. Chinrue saw that the little loli was a little emotional, and he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to sing the birthday song. So he simply made a prize guessing game of 5 children divide the cake equally with 3 slashes. However, the answers were naturally different in different dimensions. There was no lack of strange things, and the result was naturally everyone had a prize. In contrast, the original answer and the parody answer of kill a child with a slash and then cut it in a cross shape were not presentable. Under the hint of Athena's jealous eyes, Chinrue shook his head. This righteous wife-to-be is now even jealous of the unreliable little loli. It seems that the harem road still has a long way to go. He quietly promised in her ear that the birthday cake would be better and have more patterns. Only then did the real girlfriend show a sweet smile. Lomont had the sharpest hearing. After eavesdropping on the private words of the young couple, he immediately took revenge by abusing the captain and cheapskate uncle for valuing a lover over a friend. He seemed to be holding on to the small matter. Chinrue simply recorded the birthdays of everyone present and promised to send a cake to everyone on their birthday. Only then did the public anger calm down. When asking Kia, the succubus maid who had been pretending to be submissive finally showed a rare look of shock. "I have one too." Chinrue nodded. It can barely be regarded as improving the welfare of the captive and maid. Although Princess Royal has special instructions and even gave me the sex tool Darkwill, I don't have time to bother with you now. After this refined mind, however, if I really follow Jia's intention to talk about it later, it's a bit too beastly. Forget it. I'll think about how to arrange or deal with this succubus later. After a lot of noise, the outing that had been changed into a birthday party was coming to an end. The drunk Alice staggered to Chinrue, and her breath, full of alcohol, went straight into his nostrils. "Brother Chinrue, let me tell you a little secret. Today is actually not my birthday." "TSK, I knew it just now." Chinrue curled his lips disapprovingly. Finally, this little girl still has a little conscience. She truthfully confessed the facts of the crime. However, the whistleblower, Athena, also said that Alice did not have a happy birthday in the past few years. Before Chinrue came to the dark moon, Jia, who was shrouded by the estate affairs and the pressure of the capital, really did not have the time to take care of such a trivial matter like her sister's birthday. At most, she would send a gift or entrust Old Gauss to hold a small birthday party under the reminder of Old Gauss. However, I'm so happy. I've never been so happy. Can I still celebrate my real birthday like this next year? Chinrue nodded. Of course, I promise to make a more beautiful big cake for you. Thank you, brother. Alice's body tilted and fell toward him. Just as Chinrue hurriedly held her, the cute red shoes tiptoed, and the lovely face full of alcohol approached Chinrue's face. She actually kissed him. The little princess of the dark moon kissed the sheriff in front of the sheriff's girlfriend and friend, as well as everyone present. After the kiss, the little loli's drunkenness took effect. She finally couldn't hold it anymore and fell asleep in Chinrue's arms. At this moment, Chinrue felt that all eyes were focused on him from all directions. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What is this? Flirting with alcohol? I'm actually kissed by this loli in public again. Wait, the word again was used well. From Paglio's playful eyes, the dead duck dragon must have thought of the last sneak stick incident. Fortunately, he didn't do the disgusting act of pinching his nose and calling him brother. Chinrue glanced at Lomont, who looked indignant but more jealous, and Delia, who frowned and said nothing. Then he glanced at Athena, who looked weird. He shuddered. No way. I must shut the mouth of a certain dragon. I must not let Athena know about that. Finally, someone who ignored Dodo directly fixed his eyes on Kia's face, who was a little stunned. What's that expression? As if she discovered some major secret or lesbian love. The problem is that there's nothing between me and this little princess at all. I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River now. Chinrue's feeling of wanting to cry became even stronger. Should I kill this maid? That's too ruthless. Forget it in the future. I'll think about that later. Chapter 242. After the dinner party incident, Kia continued to be submissive and didn't say much. One of the protagonists of the scandal, a lowly, couldn't remember what happened at the end after she woke up. As for the others, Chinrue couldn't care less, because on the third day after the dinner party, he suddenly fainted after inspecting the barracks. Athena was taken aback and immediately sent him back to the lab. This incident alarmed Aldos, who was experimenting with black potions behind closed doors. Chinrue's current state seemed to be very bad. His life activity was reduced to the lowest point. He still had a heartbeat and weak breathing as if he was dying. The dark elf potion master tried a variety of drugs, even the latest high-purity awakening potion, but it had no effect. Paglio arrived in time and carefully observed Chinrue for a while. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The sole power of swallowing glorfin must have reached the final stage. This was a very severe test, and Chinrue could only rely on himself. Any external force and drugs were useless. If he could survive this, he could be reborn. If he couldn't, his consciousness would be completely erased, and he would become a monster that only obeys his instincts. Athena knew about Chinrue's test, and her heart was suddenly in suspense. Now, as Paglio said, success or failure could only depend on Chinrue himself. Jia, who heard the news, came to the lab immediately and saw the unconscious Chinrue. She also saw Athena and Alice with red eyes. How did this happen? Was he poisoned or assassinated? Athena wiped her tears and shook her head. Master Aldos has tried many methods, but he couldn't be awakened. Besides, his current appearance seems to be the dangerous symptom of the Grand Master's inheritance that he mentioned to me before. Now it all depends on his luck. Jia was shocked. She remembered someone's seemingly joking words at the beginning. It depends on luck. If luck is not good, Princess Royal can save the salary of the sheriff. However, after saying this person explained a lot of things, including the future direction of the dark moon, which gave her an ominous premonition. It was as if he was explaining his funeral. Athena, can you take Alice out first? Jia's request was a bit unusual, but Athena and Alice's mood was very heavy now, so they didn't think much about it and walked out. Only Jia and Chinrue were left in the room. To be precise, it was a beautiful woman standing and a man lying on the ground. In the past, Chinrue had said more than once about the danger of the Grand Master's inheritance. Since he came back safely every time, Jia was somewhat used to it. She obviously didn't know enough about the so-called danger. Now that she saw Chinrue's dying appearance with her own eyes, coupled with the ominous premonition in her heart, her mood suddenly became heavy. It was abnormally heavy. From the beginning, when this human entered her sight, all the scenes flashed in front of Jia's eyes. Many of the credits, such as Mountain Shillong, were a combination of description and imagination. Some scenes stayed for a very long time, such as the amazing waltz unconsciously. She had a sense of dependence on this man, not only in terms of government affairs and strategies, but it was more of something that she couldn't explain. She didn't know when this guy's hateful smile had been engraved in her mind. It couldn't be erased, especially some words and deeds that could be called inappropriate. At that time, she was more annoyed or embarrassed, but now that she was faced with losing him forever, she realized that it should be called precious. Her heart was empty, and she felt very uncomfortable. If I really can't get through it, then will I never see that hateful smile again? The smile that made a light joke while leaving behind the funeral? A drop of tear slipped down from the cold face. No matter how cold the ice was, it was still water after all. In the silent room, the sound of the tears dripping on the ground seemed to be amplified. It was particularly obvious. Jia stroked her face with her hand and looked at the crystal tears in her hand. She was slightly surprised. It's actually outside the secret room. I order you in the name of Jah, Lucifer. You must survive." He stared at her for a long time, but there was only one sentence left in his mouth. "There are still many things to do if you survive." These things at least include a dance and those 3 words and many more. In the beautiful purple eyes, the remaining crystal had been frozen into ice by the power. She took a deep look at the man who was sleeping as usual. Jia didn't stay any longer and turned away. The news that Sheriff Chenrue suddenly fell into a coma for unknown reasons spread, and the city was in an uproar. Jia then ordered Athena to temporarily act as the sheriff, so the news was completely confirmed. Many people were originally jealous and dissatisfied with this human who was extremely lucky to obtain the sheriff position. Subsequently, the news that the daughter of the Empire's first general fell in love with a human made countless people's glasses fall to the ground. Who was Ms. Athena, the daughter of the Empire's first general and the Dark Moon's first female swordsman? The word female could be removed. Even Alan, the former sheriff and the heir of the Karen family, couldn't get close to her. How did this human with no power and background capture the beauty's heart? Unfortunately, Alan was eliminated by Sergei. Sergei, the son of the Empire's second general, who was also interested in by Athena, was sent back to the capital due to suspicion of committing a crime of passion. Now, the human sheriff who had an affair with Athena was attacked again and was on the verge of death. As long as the author of some bad books embellished it a little, these could be made into a confusing and poignant story. At least before the story was completed, the gossip of the 2 sheriffs and the daughter of the first general had become the gossip of the bored people. Unlike these gossipers, another group of people lurking in the Dark Moon to observe the movement immediately passed the information in various ways after confirming the news. The Red Spirit Estate was undoubtedly one of the fastest places to receive the information. The man who received the information smiled habitually. "This is great. I don't have to do it myself. However, the plan of a certain temporary ally will probably have to change." The capital also received this information very quickly. After learning about the bad situation of the Dark Moon's human sheriff, the noble and beautiful mature lady smiled even more charmingly. The seed planted that day finally sprouted, but it was a pity for a talent who didn't know the current situation. Chenrue knew nothing about these news and movements outside. Only when the inner demon didn't appear, he could occasionally hear some movements around him, including Jia's order at that time. At this moment, his situation was very strange. It seemed that the super system in his consciousness had disappeared. The star system and the galaxy divinity temple were also gone. There was only nothingness. There were many illusions in the nothingness. Chenrue now had considerable experience and will to fight against the inner demon. However, unlike the previous inner demon, this seemed to be an endless illusion. After defeating the inner demon, he would at most return to the original nothingness. After a while, the illusion began again. It was like a cycle and never-ending nightmare. No matter how firm Chenrue's will was, he began to gradually become confused in this endless illusion. This was a huge treasure. The surrounding rolling mountains were all treasures. It was hundreds of times bigger than Peglio's treasure. Chenrue's feet were scattered with corpses. Opposite him were Lomont, Delia, and Peglio. Chenrue's power was already quite strong. Even Peglio, who had a territory, was not his opponent. "You dare to sneak attack me? These treasures are all mine." He made a sinister voice. Although he felt that he shouldn't do this, he couldn't help but say it out. The long sword in his hand was still moving. Under the sword light, Peglio and others died one after another. Chenrue looked at the bloody corpses of his companions and friends. His body trembled. With a clang, the long sword fell from his hand. He knelt on both knees and put his hands on the ground. He gasped for breath. "Did I do this? I killed Peglio, Lomont." In this world, the symbiotic contract seemed to have lost its effect, but this was obviously not the point. Chenrue suddenly reacted and shouted, "Shura! Come out, I know you are here." A sinister laughter came from the front. The thin fog condensed into a human figure. It was Chun Rue's own appearance, but his eyes were glowing with a demonic red light. How does it feel to kill your companions with your own hands? Shura smiled grimly. As long as you kill me, these treasures are all yours. Don't use these illusions to deceive me. Chinrue panted and shouted, As long as I kill you, these will disappear. Even if you kill me, will the fact that you killed your companions change? Shura's laughter became somewhat contemptuous. You kill me because you want to escape. You don't dare to face what you have done in the illusion. That is actually the real you. Shura sneered. You are afraid. You want to cover up your greedy instinct. Shut up. Chinrue roared. A huge flame, dragon, roared out from his hand. It smashed Shura's protective shield and engulfed Shura. Shura, who fell on the ground, was already on the verge of death, but he was still laughing. Killing me won't change the fact that you are trying to escape. In fact, I am you and you are me. You are Shura. Shura's voice drifted away with the annihilation. After winning, Chinrue did not have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he was sweating profusely and panting even more violently. At this time, a mirror flew out from the annihilation fog created by Shura. Coincidentally, it landed right in front of Chinrue. Chinrue looked down. The eyes of the person in the mirror were blood red, filled with evil and ruthlessness. This is me? You kill me because you are trying to escape. That is actually the real you. You are me and I am you. You are Shura. Chinrue painfully held his head and let out a mournful scream. What followed was another strange scene. Endless desires, evil thoughts, and killing. Shura, who was annihilated again and again, laughed wildly in excitement. Just like that, hate, be jealous, be angry. Chapter 243. Dark Moon City, Northeast Neighborhood. The newly built sheriff's house was finally completed. It was also a real home for Chinrue in the Dark Moon. But Athena didn't have the slightest joy of moving to a new house. She just quietly looked at Chinrue, who was lying on the bed. A month had passed. Even the demons couldn't survive without eating and drinking. But Chinrue, the human, was in a coma for a month. The evil voodoo that Isabella cast on him had long been shattered due to the burst of soul power. There was no drip in the demon realm, but there were some similar means. For example, the tentacles in Chinrue's body originated from some kind of blood-sucking demon realm plant. After being modified by Paglio with special means, blood-sucking became bloodletting. It became a transfusion device that provided nutrients to maintain life. According to Paglio, as long as the nutrients of the demon realm plant were continuously provided, Chinrue could sleep for thousands or even tens of thousands of years until he woke up. Thousands or tens of thousands of years. Athena wasn't a dragon's. If she really slept for so long, her life would probably end before he woke up. Athena didn't think too much because she was Athena. This man was by her side. Even if she couldn't say a word or wake up from his sleep, as long as she could stay by his side, it was a kind of happiness. Even if her life couldn't extend to see his gentle smile, as long as she could stay by his side and stare at his sleeping face, it was enough. He and I are not alone. Athena suddenly showed a strange smile. If one day his soul left this world, then he would still not be alone. Delia next to her wanted to persuade her friend, who stayed by his bed all day. But when she saw the smile, she didn't speak again. Everyone had their own persistence. She understood Athena very well. In the newly built sheriff's house, Paglio and Lomont still drank and played chess every day. Occasionally, Lomont would say, "That guy won't die. He can still cause trouble for thousands of years." However, the atmosphere was much more depressing than before. Paglio's words were obviously less, and he buried his head in drinking more. Logically speaking, the time limit of the great Grandmaster's star conversion, power that Chinrue had originally expected should be up, but for some reason, there was still no movement until now. Jia in the palace also had a heavy heart. She didn't have the same mentality as Athena. To be precise, she couldn't stay with the man who needed protection the most like Athena. She still had the entire territory and the vow she made in front of her father before he died. She had to abandon some things and maintain her iceberg-like indifference and calmness. However, the people around her all felt that Princess Royal Highness often seemed restless. Sometimes she would even lose control of her anger. It seemed that the capital sanctions really made Princess Royal uneasy. Only old Gauss, who watched Jia grow up since she was a child, noticed some clues. Princess Royal's heart was in a mess. In contrast, the other princess of the dark, Moon, showed unexpected strength. The little lowly seemed to have grown up a lot all of a sudden. The business of the princess retail store didn't become decadent because of this, and the original branch store was successfully opened and operated. Alice firmly believed in one thing. Brother will definitely wake up, because he promised to make a more beautiful big cake for Alice on her birthday next year. In fact, the little lowly didn't completely forget the drunken incident that day. She also selectively remembered some key sentences. She was indeed worthy of the Lucifer royal family with many special abilities. It was just that Chenrue's current situation wasn't very good. Shura's voice sounded. The previous scene was lascivious enough. In your dark inner world, there was actually such a strong desire. Everything that you once had thoughts or impressions in your heart, not only in this plane, but also in another world. Even the women in movies or fantasies were possessed by you countless times. Isn't this feeling wonderful? In fact, it wasn't an illusion that I cast, but your real inner reaction. Chenrue didn't speak. He just stared at Shura fiercely. His bloodshot red eyes flashed with a murderous intention. Want to kill me? Shura grinned. Power comes from desire. Under the drive of various desires, your current power is already very strong. I admit that I'm not your opponent. But why don't I dare to make a move? Want me to sink further? Chenrue gritted his teeth. These dark illusions are nothing more than to make my fighting spirit collapse. I won't be moved by your words. I will persist until the end and destroy you. Don't you understand? Shura sighed. I'm actually you. The desire in the bottom of a person's heart is endless. The so-called inner demon is born from everyone's desire. It's just like the names of the 7 royal families of the demon realm. Arrogance, lust, greed, rage. These are called the 7 original sins by another world. They originally exist in everyone's heart. You can't kill me. Chenrue yelled and slashed with Aura Blade. Shura floated away, but his arm was still cut off by the aftermath of the blade chi. He laughed. Even the so-called cultivators and cultivators can't avoid the birth of inner demons. So what if you want to train your mind? The more you train your mind, the more you will feel the dark side in your heart. You're just escaping these dark sides that can't be changed by killing me. Every time you kill me, your power will increase a little, and you will sink further. Chenrue suppressed the murderous intention in his heart. Shut up. I will never give up resistance. Even if you're a demon overlord level soul, there will be a day when you're exhausted. Demon overlord level? Do you think I'm just a humble thing derived from Glorfin's soul consciousness? Shura sneered disdainfully. Demon overlord is nothing. You're just an ant. The power I have is enough for you to rule the entire plane in the future. Whether it's the demon realm or the human world, they have to surrender and tremble under your feet. Power decides everything. By then, you can marry any woman you want, and as many women as you want. Shura's word surprised Chenrue. What are you? I don't know either. I was originally just a trace of energy that was about to disappear. I gained strength and consciousness from your dark inner world and became the inner demon that you understand. Energy that is about to disappear? What is that? Chenrue was puzzled for a while. When Shura said that, he also felt strange. The previous Shura didn't seem to have this independent consciousness. This before seems to be before I went to the Silent Night wetland. It's meaningless to explore my origin now. You only need to know one thing. As long as you give up resistance, choose to merge with me and obey the heart of darkness that is covered by the so-called light, you will obtain a truly powerful will and power that is superior to the entire life. Shura's voice was suddenly full of strong temptation. You can at least obtain the power of demigod, and you can have the opportunity to become a god. As long as you become a god, you can grant eternal life to the woman you love and your partner. You can also be free and live any life you want. Demigod? God. Chinrue only felt that his breathing was a little heavy, and he involuntarily walked toward Shura. Just when Shura showed a proud smile, suddenly a sword light flashed, and his entire body was split into two from the top to the crotch. I won't believe you. You actually still have such a firm will until now. You are worthy of being my chosen one. Two pieces of Shura let out a creepy double laughter. Unfortunately, as long as the darkness in your heart exists, I can never be truly killed. Look straight into your heart. You can't always escape. When one day, you can no longer escape. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned into ashes. Chinrue returned to the void again. He looked extremely tired. Shura's words just now still resounded in his ears. As long as the darkness in your heart exists, I can never be truly killed. Perhaps the inner demon was right. The more I train my mind, the more I will feel the dark side in my heart. Killing is more of an escape. Accepting the fusion and obeying the heart of darkness will lose myself. Killing the inner demon will also cause me to sink step by step. What should I do? Time flowed like water. Another month had passed. In the past 2 months, the Dark Moon City had changed a lot. With the efforts of Princess Royal Jia and the help of the Melon family, although the food aid of the Red Spirit Estate was reduced, the large-scale famine that the Dark Moon people were most worried about did not happen. It seemed that it was right to follow Princess Royal. The Dark Moon City's night market had been on the right track. It was extremely popular. Many families began to covet this fat meat. According to Chinrue's previous plan, Jia divided the Dark Moon's night market into 2 major areas, east and west, and centralized management. The original desolate and abandoned scene in the area was swept away. Merchants began to refurbish their shops and settle in. Even the business along the way was driven. The number of merchants coming and going from the West Road to the Dark Moon was also gradually increasing, but the number was still quite sporadic. In general, it was a good start. Even under the sanctions imposed by the imperial capital, the tax revenue of businesses had actually doubled. A few months of special training made the garrison, led by Athena, look completely new. Their energetic appearance was completely different from the previous laziness. With the cooperation of the garrison and the Cloak Gang, not only in the Dark Moon City, but also in other areas of the territory, the bandits and illegal incidents were gradually decreasing. In contrast, the arena was more lively than before. It had become a place for many people to vent their excess energy and exuberant fighting spirit. It was impossible for the capital not to know these very gratifying changes for the Dark Moon. According to Chenrue's plan, a key move should be officially implemented. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The initiator of all the calculations, but he didn't expect that he would be in a coma for 2 months. Chenrue was still asleep. If it weren't for the blood-sucking plant modified by Paglio, he would have died due to exhaustion of energy. However, he was not much different from death now. His breath of life was even weaker, and he was in danger of annihilation at any time. In fact, his consciousness was indeed about to be annihilated. Shura. It was still the same Shura, but it was not just one, but thousands of them. From all directions, they surrounded the panting Chenrue. I must praise you for being able to fight to this point. It's just that no matter how strong your toughness and wisdom are, you can't escape the world of your heart. Now you finally can't escape. Shura laughed. You are about to become one of us. As long as I integrate your last consciousness, then my soul will be perfect. Everything about you will belong to me. Shura didn't kill for nothing. Every time he killed, his and Shura's power was growing. After killing countless times, the opponent began to undergo a terrifying evolution. He actually mastered the power of clones. Subsequently, the number and power of the clones grew almost limitlessly. Moreover, they could devour his consciousness through attacks. After a series of hard battles, he only had this last bit of consciousness left, but he fell into a heavy siege. There was no doubt that this was a dead end. These days, I've been thinking about one thing. Shinrue saw Shura approaching step by step and sighed. Since it has come to this point, let me use my last heart to find the answer. Shura's encirclement gradually became smaller. Shinrue's state of mind became calm. He suddenly thought of a movie he had watched before, The Matrix Revolutions. The virus Smith who could replicate infinitely was similar to Shura in front of him. If I'm really the protagonist, then Halo, please appear quickly. Success or failure depends on this gamble. Early in the morning, in the room, the tired Athena suddenly felt an abnormal breath. Her hazy eyes suddenly opened. With her current strength of the peak stage of Demon King, she could naturally feel that the breath on Shinrue's body was already on the verge of collapse. Paglio! Athena's heart suddenly tightened. Her voice sounded with a sobbing tone. Come quickly. A breeze passed by, and Paglio had already appeared in the room. With the sharpness of the poison dragon's eyes, he saw that Shinrue's situation was not good at a glance. How did this happen? Originally, he still had some preparations in case Shinrue lost himself and tried to activate his original consciousness again. Unexpectedly, the situation was earlier than expected. His life was actually about to end. Shinrue fainted without the slightest sign, and he didn't even have time to exchange the resurrection potion. Athena shook her head desperately. I don't know. It suddenly became like this. You have to save him. The poison dragon cast several secret methods in a row, but he couldn't save Shinrue's life that was about to collapse. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's over. The two had a symbiotic contract relationship. If Shinrue died, Paglio would definitely not survive. In the space of consciousness, the empty space changed back to the long-lost star galaxy. It was beautiful and quiet. Thousands of Shura were suspended in the void, laughing in unison. Now he finally completely occupied Shinrue's consciousness. This body and those strange powers belonged to him. The strange thing was that Shura couldn't go to the Galaxy Divinity Temple with his consciousness, and he couldn't feel the true power contained in the galaxy. Why? Countless Shura asked loudly in unison. All of this should belong to me. After a while, the answer sounded, because you haven't really defeated me yet. In the void, a familiar figure gradually condensed and formed. Shinrue, you're actually not annihilated. Shura's voice was surprised. Seeing Shinrue's blood-red eyes, he immediately regained his gloominess. There's not much of your consciousness left. As long as you are integrated in this place, then I will become the true master of the super system. It's too late because I've already understood. The blood red in Shinrue's eyes gradually faded, and his eyes returned to their previous clarity. You're about to fail. Shura sneered disdainfully. You're boasting shamelessly. Actually, what you said before was right. You magnified the darkness in my inner world. The more I train my mind, the more I feel my dark side. Out of instinctive fear, I'm escaping. Therefore, even if I kill you again and again, you can always resurrect and strengthen endlessly. Shura shouted, Yes, you can't defeat me. Don't make meaningless resistance. As he said, thousands of Shura released Aurora shot at the same time. They attacked Shinrue from all directions like hail, but they passed through his body unscathed. Now that I can truly face my heart, your attack will only enhance my strength. Chenrue shook his head. A person has desires from the beginning of his birth. Desires have been burning life until the end. Desires are also the driving force for civilization to move forward. Even powerful people and saints have desires. Just like the difference between day and night, people have a dark side and a positive side. As long as you can control your will and your persistence, then the flame of desire will play a role in forging and refining instead of burning and sinking. Thousands of Shura roared and surrounded Chenrue, but their bodies could only pass through. Every time they passed through Chenrue's body, Shura's body would melt quickly like ice and snow touching a high-temperature flame. Shura screamed continuously. At this time, Chenrue's palm showed a faint brilliance, and he slashed down with all his strength, not to Shura, but to himself. Under Aura Blade, the blood mark between Chenrue's eyebrows gradually expanded. At the same time, thousands of Shura screamed in pain. More exaggerated cracks appeared on the top of their heads, and there was a faint light coming through. They howled, "How is it possible? Even if you commit suicide, you may hurt me." The power of the heart is infinite. As long as you have persistence, you can be above everything. Chenrue didn't care about the more and more blood flowing from the top of his head. Whether it is the darkness in the heart or the instinct, it will be controlled by my will. This is not called suicide, it is called cutting down. To be precise, this is the real refining of the heart. Shura cried in horror. "No, impossible. I will not be really destroyed, as long as your heart." In the screams, thousands of Shura's body emitted a lot of white light, and they began to crack inch by inch. Finally, they turned into particles and completely shattered and disappeared without a trace. Chenrue's body began to thin and collapse, but his eyes were still firm. Just like what Shura said, as long as the darkness in the heart still existed, Shura would recover one day. But Chenrue firmly believed that he could use the blade in his hand to cut down the heart devil again. His body had been completely annihilated and turned into a pool of ashes. At this time, on the Galaxy Divinity Temple's star conversion progress table, the experience value had climbed to 100%, and a crisp ding-dong sound was heard. Similarly, the experience value in the status bar had also reached 100%. The pile of ashes that was about to disappear started to burn with a whoosh. Black Flames. Chapter 244. Dark Moon City, Sheriff's Residence. Chenrue's breath of life had completely disappeared. Paglio sighed and closed his eyes to wait for death. Dodo was trembling in fear. He covered his face and didn't dare to let go. Once Chenrue really died, not only the symbiotic contractor, the poison dragon, but all the servants who signed the master-servant contract, including Dodo, would also lose their lives. Lomont and Delia anxiously guarded Athena's side. Lomont's face no longer had the usual lazy and playful expression at the moment. There was only deep sorrow and heaviness. For him and Delia, Chenrue was not only a rare friend and partner, but also a benefactor. The usual jokes and mutual insults were just the adjustment of friendship. At the critical moment, Lomont could jump out without hesitation to block the knife for Chenrue. At that moment, Chenrue's extinguished vitality suddenly changed. The entire room was filled with a strange breath. This breath carried a powerful power. The strength of the breath was rising all the way. It didn't stop after reaching the peak of the Demon King level. It was still increasing rapidly. Paglio's eyes opened suddenly. The lucky survivor turned into vigilance again. Chenrue's powerful breath wasn't necessarily a good thing. It was likely to be the power of instinct after his consciousness was erased. The poison dragon secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to deal with Chenrue's attack after he woke up. At that time, Chenrue's breath had climbed to a rather terrifying level. With a whoosh sound, his body burned with a black flame. This pure and warm flame was full of vitality. Even the modified infusion plant also glowed with vitality that it never had before. Nirvana's flame. Paglio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nirvana's flame was very wonderful. Unlike other skills, it was the nemesis of inner demons. If the consciousness was completely controlled by instinct, it was absolutely impossible to cast Nirvana's flame. In the solar system of the supersystem, the power emitted by the burning black flame shrouded the entire galaxy. Under the effect of this power, the original cluster particle aggregation speed accelerated, and the number of planets around the sun increased rapidly, forming a huge galaxy. Not only that meteors appeared. No, it should be comets. The heat of the central sun evaporated the comet material, forming a hazy coma and a tail composed of thin streams of matter around the ice core. The comets had long tails behind them. Some of them rushed into the depths of space and became travelers in the vast space, waiting for the arrival of their final destination. Some of the comets crashed into the nearby planets, and the organic matter and water inside were scattered all over the sky. The speed of the galaxy's revolution and rotation was accelerating. Some planets that were hit by the comets began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amidst the black flames, the reborn figure also became clear. The Nirvana's flame on Chun Rue's body on the bed in the room had turned into a light ball. The black power inside was constantly strengthening and changing qualitatively. The breath it nurtured had completely surpassed the level of Demon King. Finally, with a boom, everyone present had an illusion, as if the space was distorted for a while and the Nirvana's flame disappeared. The pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for 2 months finally opened slowly. There was a faint indifference in the black pupils, as if the world was ruthless, but it only lasted for a second. It instantly returned to its original liveliness. What came into view was the beautiful face of the red-haired girl who was crying with joy. "Athena, why did you lose weight?" As soon as he said that, Athena had already rushed up and hugged him tightly. "Athena, wait, I can't breathe. I'm starving. I don't have any strength in my body. My dear, give me something to eat first. Ah, everyone is here. How long have I slept? Lomont, you bastard. What are you doing with a pen? And you're smiling so dirty. Paglio, you damn dragon. You actually helped that bastard to sign on my face. Delia, pull your follower away quickly. Delia, why are you also? Sob, sob. A soft shadow quietly crept into the hall during the chaos. It came to the place where the poison dragon usually kept the wine, opened a bottle, and took a sip calmly. Sir Slime, who escaped from death, was in a good mood. He made a poetic sigh. A day full of chaos and surprises has begun. After a full meal, Chinrue realized that he had actually slept for 2 months. Looking at Athena's reduced complexion, Chinrue's heart gave birth to endless affection. It's good to be alive and accompany her. He had finally passed the most dangerous trial of the heart refinement stage. The demon overlord level soul power had been completely transformed by star conversion, which made Chun Rue's power break through the Alioth state and reach a new level. Migra's state. In the status bar of the Galaxy Divinity Temple, the light balls in the 3D human body had increased to 4. White Alcade, yellow Mizar, blue Alioth, plus a new red light ball in the middle of the chest, Migra's. Title, Star Manipulator Evolution Level. 4 stars experience value. 0% aura value. 30,000 comprehensive strength assessment. Be the star manipulator who reached 4 stars evolution was a new title. The name sounded good, but the aura value surprised Chen Rue. Only 30,000. I clearly remember that I have a lot. I had to help the 2 masters refine materials a while ago, so I used up all the aura fruits in the inventory. Plus the effect of aura gathering flower, my aura is almost 10 million. How come there's only 30,000 left now? Chinrue suddenly remembered that every system upgrade required a lot of aura in addition to experience value and state. Last time in the underground world of Mountain Shillong, when I reached Alioth state, my aura was reduced by 1 million. The higher the state, the more aura is consumed. Mizar state seems to be 100,000, so on and so forth. Then this time I used 10 million. If I want to break through the Migres state and reach the next unity state, wouldn't I need 100 million auras? Meow meow, this is too much. However, in order to upgrade, I have to get it even if it's a billion. After the new upgrade, the most important thing was naturally the skill tree. The skill tree had been lit up to the 5th level. Although there were no additional skills, the 3 new skills made Chen Rui's eyes shine. Magic resistance, passive characteristic. Reduce magic damage and negative state effects by 50%. The effect can be stacked with damage absorption. Stargate, active skill. After setting the star point, you can open the Stargate to return to the star point within the effective range. It can't be used except by yourself. The star point is effective for up to 1 month and can be used repeatedly. The setting of the star point consumes 1,000 auras. Each use consumes 500 auras. Galaxy Territory, active skill. Summon the Galaxy Territory, enhance all attributes of oneself by 30% and reduce the attributes of hostile creatures by 30%. The duration is 30 minutes and can only be used once every 24 hours. The effect and range of the territory are proportional to 1 star level evolution and strength. Each use consumes an additional 1,000 auras. The first passive characteristic, magic resistance, is quite powerful. The effect of hostile magic is halved, and it can also be stacked with the damage absorption. That absorbs 30% damage. With this perverted characteristic, coupled with the God-Eating Mask's swallowing magic skill, those enemies who are proficient in magic can only cry in the future. The second skill, Stargate, is somewhat similar to the highest level of water magic, the Space Gate. After setting some kind of magic coordinates, one can teleport across space. When Christina succeeded in Nirvana, Brock used this magic to escape. However, the Space Gate is not limited to oneself, while Stargate can only teleport oneself. It seems to be a bit limited, but it is also a valuable return skill. What surprised Chinrue the most was Galaxy Territory. This made him think of the special power that can only be comprehended above the Demon Emperor level. Territory. This power is the biggest difference between a middle-level powerhouse and a high-level powerhouse. Logically, Migres is only equivalent to the Great Demon King level. Then the Great Demon King level can use Territory. Thinking of this, Chinrue couldn't help but feel excited. In addition to these 3 newly acquired skills, some skills on the skill tree have also changed. Just like when breath holding evolved into true breath holding when he reached Alioth state, 2 skills have evolved. True Aurora Shot, Star Power Long Range Attack. The trajectory and number can be freely controlled. The control ability is proportional to the user's strength. Each use consumes an additional 10 auras. True Camouflage, free change of appearance and voice. The hidden attribute Trust is turned on. It is easier to gain the trust of the other party. It consumes an additional 1 aura per minute. Aurora Shot finally removed the time and frequency limit, and it can also become a homing missile and shotgun. As for True Camouflage, the voice change is very practical. There is also an additional hidden attribute of Trust. It can be said to be a necessary medicine for framing and cheating. The current Chinrue's power level is similar to the early stage of the Great Demon King, but his true combat power is far beyond this level. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lomont's lazy voice interrupted Chinrue's consciousness. Are you thinking about a woman again? Is it the little princess who kissed you? What a playboy. You're eating from the bowl, yet you're still looking at the pot. Athena, is that what you said? Although insulting others was a way for a certain and scrupulous team member to express his joy, Chinrue clearly heard the jealousy of this guy who couldn't eat grapes. Of course, this guy was most jealous that Chinrue reached the Great Demon King level in just 1 sleep. He and Delia trained day and night, yet they were still a step away. Fortunately, Athena ignored this guy's provocation. She just looked at Chinrue with a smile. Her red eyes were filled with joy and affection. In her opinion, her beloved man finally woke up. Everything was beautiful. Women in love are fools. Lomont shook his head. When he turned around, he happened to catch a glimpse of Delia's unfriendly face. He quickly held her hand and immediately changed his words. An old married couple like us is truly happy and sweet. Dedicated. Chinrue smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes. Delia, I'll tell you something. It's about someone's erotic history. Sir Leader. Before Chinrue finished speaking, Lomont gave him a thumbs up. I know you've always been the most loyal partner. Why don't we talk about that? Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his waist. He was pinched by someone. Delia's pleasant voice sounded. Leader, please continue. After a while, Sir Dodo, who was curled up drunkenly in the corner of the hall, was awakened by someone's scream. He looked at the sky outside the window, yawned, and continued to dream. Chapter 245. Chinrue learned from Athena and Paglio what happened during his coma, including the food sanction problem that plagued the Dark Moon. It had been solved well under the operation of the famous Mellon family. The old site of the Mellon family in the Northwest Block had now been successfully rebuilt into the second stronghold of the Cloak Gang. Under Paglio's surveillance, he found that an unknown person went to the old site to investigate and found the Aurora Frost Cave where the Realm King fruit once grew. However, since the Realm King fruit had been picked long ago, the mysterious person finally returned without success. Paglio followed Chinrue's instructions and did not expose himself or make the other party stay. In the Aurora Frost Cave, Paglio's power had recovered to the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor. In time, he could reach the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. But if he wanted to go further, he must unlock the seal of the ancient runes. Shortly after the mysterious person investigated the incident, Cyprus of the Double-Headed Dragon Legion was tragically found in the Red Spirit Estate. His corpse. For this reason, there was a little friction between the Red Spirit Estate and the Blue Lava Estate. However, with Cyprus's identity, even if he was really killed by the Red Spirit Estate, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. It calmed down quickly. The key to this matter was not that a little demon king-level warrior of the Blue Lava Estate died inexplicably in the Red Spirit Estate, but Cyprus's corpse was found in the Red Spirit Estate. Lavit, who should have accompanied him, was nowhere to be found. This was equivalent to sending a signal to an unknown individual or force. Then, the trouble must have been led to the Red Spirit Estate. As for what would happen specifically, it wasn't something that Chinrue cared about. Now that the outside world knew that the Sheriff of the Dark Moon was unconscious because of a strange disease, Chinrue decided not to publicize the news that he was awake after some deliberation. Instead, he took this opportunity to hide in the dark and act at his convenience. However, judging from the recent situation, the Dark Moon Estate that had passed through the difficulties had faintly shown a state of recovery. It would definitely attract the attention of the capital and further measures, so he had to guard against it. Passive defense alone was definitely not enough. Sooner or later, they would be destroyed by the capital. Due to Chinrue's coma, the most important part of the original plan had a gap. Now, they should be able to take action. After advancing to the Dharma state, there were 2 more types of buildings that could be built in the Galaxy Divinity Temple. The first building was the Spirit Essence Tower. Activation requirement, 10,000 auras. Function. Under the premise of not affecting any living beings, it will automatically convert all the vitality within the galaxy into spiritual energy. The more lives there are, the more spiritual energy it will provide. Due to the impact of comets carrying organic matter and water, many planets had formed oceans and lakes of considerable scale, and primitive plant life such as fungi and algae had appeared. Although it was still in its infancy, the emergence of life had already caused a fundamental change in the entire dead galaxy. Plants were just the beginning. There would definitely be more life, forms appearing one after another. Perhaps one day there would be humans? Shinrue suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Does this demon realm, the human world on the ground, all life, this plane or this planet also exist in another person's supersystem? Of course, this was just a guess. This spirit essence tower must be built. In addition to the plants in the galaxy garden, there was one more source of spiritual energy. The second building was the refinery. Activation requirement: 10,000 auras. Function: forging and automatically refining various items and equipment. 1. Forging provides various tools and environments for making equipment. Forging has additional proficiency and comprehension ability. It consumes 100 auras per hour. Less than an hour is calculated as an hour of consumption. 2. Automatic refining uses corresponding drawings and recipes to automatically refine materials and equipment. It consumes corresponding auras. If he forged or made equipment in the refinery according to the function's prompts, it would increase his proficiency and comprehension ability. This would be of great help to improve his mechanics level. At present, under the effect of deep analysis, his level was quite close to the master level. With the refinery, it should only be a matter of time for him to become a real mechanic master. As for the automatic refining skill, it was puzzling. Is forging manual? Is automatic refining mechanical automation? Also, what is the corresponding blueprint? Shinrue's heart moved, and he entered the exchange center. As expected, there was an additional blueprint formula category. There were many formulas such as purple dragon scale, million forged steel, green crystal, and so on. They were all strange materials that he had never heard of. They were probably synthetic materials, but the price wasn't cheap. A purple dragon scale formula cost 300,000 auras. Looking at the blueprint category again, he immediately felt that the price of the blueprint category had become cheaper. There was only one blueprint available for exchange. Thunderous sound treasure. Lightning magic damage increased by 100%. Undead damage increased by 200%. Movement speed increased by 50%. 20% chance of double damage. 20% chance of additional lightning attack. Must recognize owner. Price: 10 million auras. The attribute prompt displayed by this blueprint made Shinrue take a deep breath. Now that he was also a quasi-master in mechanics, of course, he understood what an increase of 100% or even 200% of attributes meant. The maximum bonus of ordinary equipment was 15%, and the maximum enchanted attribute was 2. Due to the problem of mastering the materials, there might be negative attributes. The maximum bonus of excellent grade was 30%. Generally, there were no negative attributes. An enchanted attribute could reach 2 to 3. The maximum bonus of legendary grade could reach 50%, and the enchanted attribute could reach 3 to 4. Although epic grade equipment couldn't simply be measured by the number and percentage of attributes, the 100% attribute bonus would only appear in epic grade equipment. Judging from the abnormal attributes of thunderous sound, it was by no means something that legendary grade equipment could have, especially the intelligent function of recognizing owner. It was just like how people outside the royal family couldn't use the 7 artifacts. That's right, this is an epic grade artifact. The super system can finally manufacture artifacts directly. There were also many grades of artifacts. Although the power of this artifact was still much inferior to the 7 artifacts, it was still an artifact after all. With black potions and artifacts, I can definitely pretend to be a grand master to cheat, eat, drink, and gamble outside. First, by the blueprint, then collect materials according to the blueprint. Some materials may need to be synthesized with a formula. Finally, I can successfully forge it by spending the corresponding aura value. Shinrue was excited for a while, but when his gaze fell on his remaining tens of thousands of aura value, his high spirit suddenly lowered by half. It was like seeing a product that he had admired for a long time, but when he wanted to buy it, he found that his wallet was empty. Aura, aura. I thought I don't have to worry about this anymore, but I didn't expect to go back to square one. Fortunately, in the past 2 months, the aura fruits automatically harvested by the Galaxy Garden were all in the storage warehouse. This time, he successfully broke through to Migra Estate. Whether it was the storage warehouse's capacity, the number of plants planted in the Galaxy Garden, harvest, or effect, it had doubled. Coupled with the function of the new building, it wasn't impossible to slowly gather the 10 million auras needed for thunderous sound. The price of 10 million auras was scary, but compared to the effect of thunderous sound, it was definitely a great value. This time, the exchange center didn't add any redeemable plant seeds, but 2 types of royal spirit items were added. 1. Guardian Vine, large protective plant. Attribute, regeneration, coma, restraint. Germination begins 10 seconds after sowing. Growth requires 1,000 auras. Maturation period is 24 hours. It can grow in any quality of soil. Automatically attacks hostile creatures. The degree of hostile attack can be adjusted. 1,000 auras per seed. 2. Butterfly wings, attribute glide. Mounted on the back. Can glide or fly with the help of the wind. 1,000 auras per seed. Now that Chunrue's new home had been built, the Guardian Vine was just used for residential protection. Coupled with Paglio's dragon inscription, it could be called the strongest protection in Dark Moon City. The old site of the Melon family could also be equipped in the future. As for the butterfly wings that could control the wind, it could play a powerful role in a specific environment. In the future, there was no need to be afraid of high places. He could even play a glider game. Chunrue didn't touch the aura fruits in the warehouse. He just spent 20,000 auras to build the aura tower and the refinery. These 2 were necessary. After advancing to Migra Estate, there were too many surprises. Even an important plan might change because of this. Dark Moon Arena's resting hall. Eric's, who had finished the barracks training, was closing his eyes to rest. Now that he had completely mastered the power of Demon King, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw a familiar figure on the sofa opposite him. The breath of power exuding from this person is actually Great Demon King. Eric's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He saw the man through a bottle of wine over. He caught it and saw that it was the Meow Fruit wine, a specialty of the Shadow Empire's town Leia. He hadn't tasted this wine for a long time since his master inexplicably fell into a coma. Eric stood up, bowed slightly, filled a glass of wine, and toasted from afar. The dusk was getting darker. The Princess retail store's positioning was high-end, so it didn't cater to the needs of the night market. Alice, accompanied by Caguly, left the closed branch. When they walked to a secluded alley, a man in a cloak came up. "Beautiful lady, I have a newly made cake here. I don't know if you want to take a look." "How dare you?" Caguly stepped forward and shouted. "Where did this blind thing come from? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave in 3 seconds, I'll cut off your hand." "Caguly, wait." Alice walked forward slowly and stared at the cloaked man. Her nose suddenly twitched and her beautiful purple eyes suddenly widened. "Caguly, you go back to the palace first. I'll be back in a while." Caguly looked around and saw no one. She was taken aback. How can this be? This guy's origin is unknown. He doesn't look like... This is my order. Caguly. Without waiting for her to finish, Alice added another sentence with emphasis. She faintly had the majesty of a princess. "I'm sorry, but please don't ask for the reason, okay?" Alice rarely spoke in this tone. Caguly looked at this mysterious man who only had the breath of a lesser demon. Although she was suspicious, she didn't dare to disobey the little princess order. She could only bow and leave first. As soon as Caguly left, the princess' royal highness demeanor suddenly disappeared without a trace. The little lowly jumped up exaggeratedly and hung on the cloaked man like a koala. She bared her teeth. "Give me the cake. It's more fragrant and better looking than the last time." If you don't hand it over, I'm going to use my ultimate move. The little loli screamed excitedly and hugged his neck tightly. There were tears of joy in her big eyes. Night fell. Jia in the council hall had been frowning without saying a word. According to Caguli's report, Alice met a strange person in the evening. Then she ordered Caguli to return to the palace in a tough tone, but she hadn't returned until now. Although Alice usually messed around a little, she wouldn't make such a mistake. She didn't know why this time. Was it because her sister had neglected her too much during this time? Finally, a palace guard came to report, "Little Princess Royal Highness is back," and she even brought a man in a cloak. Jia's worried heart was finally relieved. Then she saw her sister holding the arm of a cloaked man who lowered his head and didn't show his face all the way to the council hall. Before she could reprimand, Alice said, "Sister, this person has important information to report to you alone. You must listen. I'll go back to the inner courtyard first." Jia keenly found that her sister, who had been in a heavy mood, was in high spirits today. She was suspicious in her heart. This cloaked man was just the breath of a lesser demon, so he couldn't pose any threat. Besides, she had Alice's guarantee, so she immediately dismissed her servants. "No matter who you are, if you can't say really valuable information, I promise you will regret coming here." Jia's eyes were cold. She had a special hostility to anyone who used Alice. Princess Royal Highness really has a pair of sharp eyes. Unfortunately, I don't have any information, but... The man took off the cloak that covered his head, revealing a familiar, smiling face. "As per your order, Royal Highness Jia." "Lucifer, I came back alive." Seeing this familiar smile, Jia only felt that her empty heart in the past 2 months suddenly became full, as if she had found the backbone again. The coldness in her eyes melted instantly, and it was quickly covered with a layer of water mist. However, under the effect of deliberate suppression and strength, this layer of water mist quickly solidified into ice. In an instant, the deep purple eyes had changed several times, and finally, the usual calmness was restored. "Welcome back, Sheriff Sir." It was just a simple 9 words. However, the harsh winter that had not melted for thousands of years had become early spring with light snow melting. Chapter 246. Late at night, Dark Moon Palace, Council Hall. Chenrue looked surprised. "Old Gauss is missing?" Jia looked solemn and nodded. "I received this 2 days ago." Kia sent an urgent message from the Dark Shadows capital. Kia went to the Dark Shadows capital? Chenrue was surprised again. "No wonder I didn't see her." This is what happened. When General George came to the Dark Moon last time, he saved a young man. He was the eldest son and first-in-line heir of the Custer family, the top business family of the Shadow Empire. His name was Dior. He was plotted against and almost lost his life because of the family struggle. He was rescued by General George when he was fleeing. Jia and George's plan was to support Dior's promotion, which would be a huge help for the economic development of the Dark Moon. During Chen Rui's coma, Jia sent her right-hand man, Old Gauss, to accompany Dior back to the Dark Shadows capital to help him regain control of the family. Kia was also in the entourage this time. The reason was that Dior saw Kia by chance. He was shocked and couldn't extricate himself. The young master, who had always prided himself on being romantic, was determined to impress the beautiful succubus with his diligence and infatuation, but he failed repeatedly. After learning that this charming succubus was actually Sheriff Chenrue's maid, Dior still didn't give up. He made a request to Princess Royal to let Kia accompany him back to the Dark Shadows capital. Considering Chenrue's current situation, he couldn't detect Kia's secret. Jia agreed to Dior's request. Kia, Old Gauss, and Dior would return to China together. However, Jia also explained that Kia would accompany Dior as Old Gauss's assistant this time. If Dior could really successfully control the Custer family, then she could consider asking Sheriff Chenrue's approval to transfer Kia to Dior. This promise was a little fake because Chenrue was still in a coma at the time. If he didn't wake up, even if Deo really took control of the family, without Chen Rui's consent, Kia would still be the sheriff's maid. Jia noticed Chen Rui's displeasure and furrowed her brows. What's wrong? You can't bear to part with this beautiful maid? This beautiful and lovely Kia was a task that Princess Royal Highness forced upon me. Chen Rui shook his head with a wry smile. However, there seemed to be a little jealousy in Jia's words just now. Woman. In fact, this kind of transfer of servants and maids was too common in the demon realm. Chen Rui took over Kia from Alice previously, let alone for this political need. To be honest, Chen Rui did feel a little upset in his heart. After spending so much time with Kia, the little thoughts he had at the beginning had basically disappeared. There was only some friend-like friendship left. At least before some kind of truth was revealed, the two were still friends in a master-servant relationship. Now that Jia traded her to others like a commodity, it was undoubtedly a blow to a man's possessive desire. Finally, Jia also considered Chen Rui's power feelings, so she didn't use the Lord's privilege to directly give Kia to Deo. She just used the title of assistant. Old Gauss's strength was higher demon on the surface, but he could actually use secret techniques to promote to Demon King level. Besides, he was resourceful. If she didn't have old Gauss's support back then, she wouldn't have been able to control the Dark Moon so quickly. Originally, old Gauss was in charge of the food base. As the Custer family was of great importance, Jia sent this trump card. Unexpectedly, she failed to achieve her goal, and she disappeared mysteriously. Chen Rui thought for a while and said, "This time, let me go to the Dark Shadow's capital." No, Jia immediately refused this request. She wasn't worried about Chen Rui's ability, but his safety. The capital sanctions didn't work as they should. They should be watching the Dark Moon closely now. I didn't publicize my sobriety this time, so I'm still unconscious to the outside world. I can just hide in the dark to carry out this matter. It's too dangerous. You don't even have the power to protect yourself. Jia shook her head. Chen Rui just woke up from that kind of coma. She couldn't let him go to the more dangerous and unpredictable Dark Shadow's capital. Erix and Aguile have now broken through to the Demon King level. Erix will stay to take care of the Cloak Gang and help Athena train the guards. Aguile can protect me. Besides, under the effect of the inheritance power, I should have the strength of a lesser demon. Chen Rui nodded. Not only this matter, I also plan to go personally for the most important part of the plan. Although the Dark Moon has signs of recovery now, it has actually reached a critical moment. The capital will use more means to suppress and sanction. If we continue to be affected like this, even if we can barely support it, our failure is only a matter of time. You're going personally? Jia was shocked. That was the most dangerous part. It could be beyond redemption at any time. Besides, the Dark Moon couldn't provide any help at all. In the demon realm, the Demon King level was just the threshold of power. Unless one reached the strength of the high-level Demon Emperor or Demon Overlord, one couldn't be regarded as a real powerhouse. As for the strength of the lesser demon, it was purely a joke. No one knew that the so-called lesser demon was at least equivalent to the great Demon King. Only by taking a risk can we truly grasp the key to turning defeat into victory. Chen Rui's attitude was very firm. There is no more suitable candidate except me. I have decided. This tough tone did not make Jia unhappy. On the contrary, her heart fluctuated. After a long time, she sighed softly. You don't have to do this. This sentence had a double meaning. In fact, Jia herself also understood that with Chen Rui's intelligence, beast-taming skills, master-level forging, and armor-making skills, there was no need to take such a huge risk for the Dark Moon. In fact, he could completely leave the precarious Dark Moon and seek refuge in a stronger and safer force. Why did he stay and personally carry out such a dangerous plan? I promised General George to fully assist Princess Royal Highness. Chen Rui shrugged. I am a person who will do what I promised. Just for this reason? Just because of the promise to Athena's father? Ja's heart was inexplicably a little unhappy. Then I agree to your request. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the scene when she first summoned Chenrue in the palace garden. Those words, if I say it now, at that time he was just a powerless human who was looked down upon by everyone, or perhaps it should be called a talented human. At that time, she just saw him as a tool that could play a little role for the estate. At that time, he and Athena just knew each other. This human once said that life is a one-way ticket. There is no way back and no return. Although she didn't understand some things, she understood what she should understand. He still heard the order in front of the sickbed in a coma. However, did he know those drops of tears? From that moment on, Ja faintly understood something deep in her heart, something that shouldn't exist. If Ja suddenly said 2 words. As soon as she said it, she regretted it and didn't continue. Without General George's request, Chenrue tacitly added a sentence and smiled. I will do the same. The displeasure in Ja's heart was instantly replaced by a strange ease. Her tone was even more unfriendly. This was your plan to begin with. Instead of talking nonsense here, it's better to think carefully about how to proceed with the plan. The plan can't keep up with the changes. That part needs to be carefully considered. As for the Custer family, wait until I go to the Dark Shadows capital to see the situation first. Although Princess Royal's voice was indifferent, the little surprise that flashed in her purple eyes didn't hide from the sheriff, who had reached the level of Great Demon King. He smiled. If I come back with a great merit this time, I wonder if Princess Royal can promise me a condition that isn't too much. You're already too much now. When Ja saw that hateful smile, she knew this guy was up to no good. Don't forget that I'm a lord. So what if you're a lord? So what if you're a princess? Princess Royal Highness may not know, but in your sister's Royal Highness's book collection, there are a lot of ambiguous stories about female bosses and male employees. Of course, this could only be said in her heart. Just take it as me asking for a reward, shamelessly. Is Princess Royal really not willing to agree to such a small, not too much condition after I risk my life to complete that almost impossible task? Don't be complacent too early. Ja was so angry that her teeth were itchy. As for the reward, we'll talk about it later. As soon as the sentence ended, the sheriff's face suddenly became interesting, but the almost perverted gaze was awkward no matter how one looked at it. There's still a reward in the future? The guy whose thoughts had evolved to the impure realm felt his mouth dry. No, I should be a very pure otaku. It must be Lomont. He who stays close to ink is tainted by it. After being in contact with him for a long time, I naturally become wretched. I'll go back and expose some of that guy's misdeeds to Delia. Let the evil eye of evil tremble under the eye of incubus. Jia frowned. Why? Is there a problem? No problem. Chenrue shook his head quickly. Once the sentence was explained clearly, he would probably be killed by Jia. In that case, Princess Royal Highness. Chenrue bowed politely with a submissive look and said solemnly, Then I'll take it that your highness has agreed. Including the just dance last time, I believe that when I come back it will be the time for the great plan to harvest. Great plan? Harvest? What a double-meaning bastard. What do you want to harvest with this damn plan? Jia finally couldn't control her emotions. She glared at Chenrue angrily. Looking at her posture, she couldn't wait to burn the smiling face into a skeleton with the fire of light and dark. After leaving the palace, Chenrue was still reminiscing the cold beauty's angry look. Compared with the usual coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away, he preferred this expression. It would be better if it turned into a smile next time. The next stop would be the Shadow Empire. Chenrue stopped and looked up at the night sky. Behind the purple moons, the bright stars were shining. That woman's eyes were like this beautiful starry sky. In an instant, the past that had been buried deep in the bottom of his heart involuntarily appeared in his mind. This time, can I see her again? Chapter 247. On this day, Aguile, who had been missing for a long time, appeared in the cloak gang. Since it wasn't the first time their leader disappeared, the old goblin, Didi, the supervisor of the cloak gang, seemed very calm. However, the two masters weren't calm. This Aguile's learning ability was quite amazing. He had obviously learned the key step to break through to master. Once he succeeded, he would be an extremely rare, trio-specialized master. However, this guy disappeared without a trace. This feeling was like doing something that you love to do. When you were about to reach the climax, you suddenly left irresponsibly. When he saw Aguile appear, even Sky couldn't help but give a meaningful lecture, let alone the nagging of the dark goblin master. Shinrue knew that the two masters had good intentions, so he immediately expressed his gratitude. He only said that his power level had reached a critical moment, so he secretly trained outside for 2 months. Now he finally returned successfully. The demon realm respected the strong. Although Master Xingxing was still muttering with dissatisfaction, his voice was much softer. Sky was a great Demon King powerhouse, so he could understand Chen Rui's dedication to power better. However, the two top mechanic masters agreed that with Chen Rui's qualifications, if he specialized in mechanics, he would definitely become the top trio-specialized master in the demon realm in the future. He even had the hope to reach the supreme Grand Master realm that no one had been able to break through for nearly 10,000 years. Shinrue shook his head secretly. Although life skills were also a good way to survive, it was not as important as strength after all. Strength was definitely the first pursuit. Everything was for this. It was fine to treat mechanics as a hobby. It could also be of unexpected use when necessary. Moreover, with the refinery now, not to mention the 3 epic grade artifacts, just the improvement of his mechanics alone was quite helpful. I appreciate the two masters' kindness. Shinrue thought about it and said, I plan to visit the teacher in a few days to listen to the teacher's arrangement. I may have to leave for a long time, so please take care of the magic item store, Master Xingxing. If possible, please take care of it secretly, Master Sky. As for the magic materials, I will try my best to refine them according to my teacher's method and let the two masters experiment. Although Shinrue had been in a coma for 2 months, the previous arrangements were still faithfully carried out by the old goblin, Didi. The cloak magic shop had been opened for more than a month. Princess Jia and a group of celebrities had also personally attended the opening ceremony. Although Master Xingxing only accepted 2 orders a week, the reputation of the top master was there. The quality was absolutely guaranteed. It was a well-deserved golden signboard. Tada had already used up some of the top-notch materials that Shinrue had previously provided. The works that he was not satisfied with would be sold in the magic store. With the purity of these materials coupled with the level of a top master, in Tada's view, it was unsatisfactory, but in the eyes of others, it was the best of the best. Although the price was shockingly high, it was often in short supply. Even Shinrue's quasi-superior creations were sold out. Business in the magic shop was booming. Night markets, magic shops, and protection fees. The cloak gang source of income was currently quite stable. Shinrue could also go to the next stop, the Dark Shadows capital, with peace of mind. As soon as they heard that it was the arrangement of teacher Aguile, Tada and Sky didn't persuade him anymore. Through this period of getting along and a series of inspirations, the virtual teacher had become unfathomable in the hearts of the two mechanical masters. The two even had a feeling that Aguile's teacher was likely to have 1 foot into the legendary highest Grand Master realm. However, Aguile also said that his teacher wouldn't meet any outsiders, so the Dark Elf Master and the Dark Goblin Master's plan to visit him fell through. They just hoped to get more insights from that quasi-grandmaster from Aguile. Sheriff's house. Are you going to the Dark Shadows capital? Athena snuggled in Shinrue's arms. Alone again? The Dark Moon is being watched very closely now. You're the acting sheriff, so you can't leave. Shinrue shook his head. And this time, not only the Dark Shadow's capital, but I will probably also go to the Fallen Angel's capital. This is the key to the Dark Moon's future life and death. I can only be alone. Athena lowered her head. Am I useless? I can't help it all. Silly girl! Chinrue gently stroked her soft red hair. The garrison has a great responsibility. We must step up our training. In the future, we are likely to face the test of war. There is not much time left for you. In fact, this should be my business. But I'm not going to be polite with you. Otherwise, my waist will suffer again. Humph! Athena snorted with dissatisfaction, but her heart was sweet. Suddenly, she asked faintly, when you go to the Dark Shadow's capital, will you meet her? Chinrue's eyelids twitched. He knew that the silly girl would ask such a question. In Athena's opinion, even if the eldest and youngest princesses were a threat, they could be developed into allies. Only the noble woman far away in the Shadow Empire was the biggest competitor. It depends. Chinrue answered vaguely. If Lomont said this, he would definitely be stepped on by Delia to explain. However, Athena was just Athena. The silly girl just said, and didn't ask further. Chinrue kissed her hair and smiled. You're the most important woman to me. Don't think too much. I have gathered a set of superb equipment from Paglio's treasure. You must pay attention to your safety. If you're lucky, I can get you an artifact when I come back this time. Athena nodded. I don't want any artifact. I just want you to come back safely. Definitely. Chinrue was touched and hugged her tightly. After the two cuddled for a while, Chinrue suddenly said that there's still some time before your 20th birthday. I may not be able to make it. Why don't we collect some interest first? Last time, didn't we? Ouch. Asshole. Pervert. When Athena heard the word last time, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she pinched him hard. Come on, didn't you do a good job last time? You still dare to say it? Ouch. That place is related to our future happiness. You can't just fight ouch. The next day, the refreshed Chinrue rode on the wyvern, bid farewell to Athena, the poison dragon and others, and embarked on a journey to the Dark Shadow's capital. Paglio originally wanted to go together, but his power had recovered to a critical juncture, so he couldn't leave the Aurora Frost. As long as he was there, even if Brock found out about Delia, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, Athena was now the acting sheriff of the Dark Moon. She had a great responsibility, so it was inevitable that someone would plot against her. With the poison dragon, it could eliminate Chinrue's worries. Chinrue rode the wyvern to Town Leia. Then he let the mount return to the Black Rainforest. The security of Town Leia was still strict, and the inspection was very careful. Chinrue, who was disguised as a great demon, had already prepared a suitable identity. The mechanic certification could only be officially obtained at the Mechanic Association of the Three Capitals. Chinrue was currently a mechanic apprentice heading to the Dark Shadow's capital to pass the certification. The apprentice's robe was obtained from Master Xingxing, and it also had the corresponding badge of the Mechanic Association. The mechanic apprentice's badge was a hollow star. The mechanic's badge was 2 solid stars, and the master's badge was 2 purple moons. Some senior masters who had obtained special glory or were recognized even had a golden rim on the 2 moons. Due to the vicious incident of the Scarlet Guards, Town Leia was now focusing on the east exit at the border with the Red Spirit Estate. The south exit near the Dark Moon was relatively loose. With the apprentice's robe, Chinrue easily passed the inspection. Town Leia was still very lively. Chinrue thought of Nalini, the former mayor, Candor, and Barnacle. There was a feeling in his heart that things remained the same, but people had changed. Chinrue came to the carriage station, where there were carriages that went straight to the capital. He heard that the Dark Shadow's capital was about to hold a mechanic contest. So many people went to the capital to join in the fun. Although the number of carriages had been increased and the price had increased a lot, it was still very crowded. When Chinrue arrived, there was only one carriage left. It was the highest custom-made VIP carriage. It had a large space inside and was also equipped with a magic circle to reduce the bumps. The demonic horses that pulled the carriage were all mutated breeds, and the driver was an intermediate demon. The price of the VIP carriage was originally 1 black crystal coin. Now, due to the mechanic contest, it had increased by 10 times. However, for Chun Rui, who had treasures, it was not even a drop in the bucket. Just as Chun Rui paid 10 black crystal coins to the owner of the station and was about to set off, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute!" Chun Rui took a look. It was 3 people. The leader was a middle-aged man in a robe. He looked like he was in his 40s and had an extraordinary temperament. Behind him was a young man and a girl. The young man was handsome. His bright silver armor was very eye-catching. There was a sheathed long sword on his waist. He looked majestic. The girl was very beautiful. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a checkered skirt with 2 braids on her head. Each braid was tied with a bow. She looked lively and cute. The middle-aged man glanced at the apprentice outfit on Chun Rui and said, "Friend, I have an urgent matter to rush to the capital. Can you give me the carriage? I can compensate you with double the price." The price of renting a tri-horned rhino in Dark Moon City was only 20 white crystal coins a day. Although the prices and living standards in the Shadow Empire were higher, 20 black crystal coins was definitely a small windfall. Unfortunately, Chun Rui didn't lack this money. Besides, he was in a hurry to rush to the Custer family, so he immediately refused. The young man behind him couldn't help but snort. "Ignorant guy, isn't he just a little apprentice? Do you know who this sir is? It's a great favor to give you double the compensation. If you don't want to die." The middle-aged man raised his hand to stop the young man's words. 30 black crystal coins. "Young man, there should be a limit to your greed." "I'm sorry, I'm not short of money." Chun Rui shook his head. "Besides, I also have an urgent matter to rush to the capital." The middle-aged man frowned. The young man's breath changed, as if he was about to explode. At this time the girl said, "Sir, if you're alone, can we go with you? This carriage can seat at least 6 people. Can you do us a favor? We'll pay the price." "Well, forget about the money." Chun Rui thought for a while. "In exchange, I hope to know something about the capital because it's my first time going there." "Of course, no problem," the girl replied happily. After a while, "Pa!" The coachman swung the long whip and the carriage with 4 passengers set off. Chapter 248. Arthur. "What specialization did you learn?" "I'm also a mechanic apprentice." The girl sitting opposite was called Feeny. She had a liveliness that matched her appearance. She kept asking questions along the way. Chun Rui, who was supposed to ask questions, became the one answering instead. "I've learned all 3 specializations, but I'm just scratching the surface." Chun Rui said modestly. Arthur was his alias and the original name of this body. To be on the safe side, Chun Rui didn't intend to use the name Richard in the Shadow Empire. "That's amazing." Feeny's big black eyes lit up. "I only learned the accessory specialization." The middle-aged man had been silent. Looking at Feeny and Chun Rui talking harmoniously, he interjected, "Young man, it's better not to be greedy. It's better to specialize in one." Chun Rui knew that this was a pertinent remark. It seemed that this middle-aged man was also a first-rate mechanic, so he nodded immediately. Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young knight named Monroe spoke. "Humph. An acolyte with eyes but no sight. You don't even know how to say thank you after getting this sir's guidance." Through analytical eyes, he learned that the middle-aged Rummenig, the young knight Monroe, and the girl Feeny were all from the Asmodeus royal family. Rummenig's strength was Demon King, Monroe was a higher demon, and Feeny was an intermediate demon. After reaching Migra's state, analytical eyes was further upgraded and could accurately analyze the opponent's various qualities. Take Monroe, for example, race, Lust royal family. Comprehensive strength assessment, D+ physique, D+ strength, D plus spirit. E agility, D. As the peak of higher demon, Monroe's physique and strength were his strengths, but his spirit was weak and his speed was average. He obviously focused on strength training. Not only that, the upgraded, analytical eyes also unlocked the hidden attribute of identification, which could identify the attributes of equipment. At this level, it still wasn't true. Analytical eyes. If it reached the true level of the evolved skill, he didn't know what kind of powerful function it would have. Monroe seemed to have always disliked Chenrue, but Chenrue didn't care. This kind of character could be easily killed with one finger, so he didn't care at all. However, he still had to thank Rummenigge for his kind advice, so he immediately said, "Thank you for your advice." Rummenigge saw that Chenrue was also at the peak of higher demon, shown by true breath-holding, but his self-restraint and bearing were much better than the impetuous Monroe. He nodded slightly. Ignorant, Monroe still wanted to speak, but Feeney glared at him with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean, ignorant? Do you know mechanics? Then tell me, what ratio is needed to successfully smelt the crimson stone, blue light sand, griffin feather, and the blood of the three-horned rhinoceros into a claret crystal?" Monroe was speechless for a while. Chenrue frowned slightly. "Feeney, you're using the 5-3-1-1 formula, right? The claret crystal obtained by this fusion ratio is relatively fragile. If you add 3 drops of purple ice due before the blood of the three-horned rhinoceros, it can double the success rate, and the quality of the claret crystal obtained will also improve." "Purple ice dew?" Feeney's eyes widened, and she looked at Rummenigge on the side. "Grandpa, is it like this?" "Grandpa." This title made Chenrue feel a little surprised. He thought they were father and daughter, but he didn't expect them to be grandfather and grandson. However, the lifespan of demons was generally hundreds of years. It couldn't be seen from the appearance alone. Generally speaking, the stronger the power, the longer the lifespan, but the lower the fertility rate. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Rummenigge was Feeney's grandfather. Hearing Chenrue's improvement on Feeney's formula, Rummenigge was slightly surprised and nodded. "Not bad, but the nature of the purple ice dew is unstable. Generally, only a mechanic can master it. It's still early for you." Feeney nodded and looked at Chenrue with admiration. "Brother Arthur really knows a lot. Are you going to the capital this time to pass the mechanic certification?" This was originally a cover for Chenrue's identity. After nodding, Feeney's interest was greatly increased. She asked a lot of questions about mechanics. Chenrue also learned a lot of relevant news about the Dark Shadow's capital from her. Many of them weren't in the information provided by Jia. At that moment, he patiently answered Feeney's doubts, one by one. Rummenigge on the side became more and more surprised as he listened. This apprentice named Arthur is not simple. From some theoretical knowledge, his level of mechanics has reached the level of mechanics. No, there are some things that even senior mechanics may not be able to master, Rummenigge said. "Arthur, who is your teacher?" To be precise, Chenrue's teachers were Chief Tauren, DeLong, Master Sky, and Master Xingxing. However, he definitely couldn't say these, so he could only say that his teacher was a mechanic who didn't want to be named. Rummenigge knew that the demon realm was full of hidden talents. Although many masters weren't famous, their strength was no less than those famous senior masters, so he didn't ask much at that moment. From some exchanges, Chenrue had confirmed that Rummenigge was definitely a senior mechanic who was proficient in accessories. He might even be a master. He immediately raised some difficult problems in the daily production of accessories. Rummenigge became more and more surprised. Some of Arthur's questions were quite rookie, but some were extremely profound. Even he had to think carefully before answering. He really didn't know how a teacher taught his apprentice. On the other hand, Feeney on the side was confused and couldn't interrupt for a while. Only Monroe's eyes flashed with jealousy when he saw this situation. Rummenigge took out a copy of Basics of Mechanics from the space ring and lent it to Chenrue to read. Chenrue was overjoyed. Although he had the guidance of Master Xingxing and Master Sky, as well as rich experience in practical operation, his foundation was actually very lacking. Many things were copied and imitated through deep analysis. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why. At present, this book was a timely help. It was a great luck to travel with the three of them this time. Chenrue quickly thanked Rummenig and read it carefully. Opening the first page, he saw a few words written under the preface. Genius comes from hard work. Rummenig Asmodeus. Feeney and Monroe chatted a few words, but they couldn't find a topic of interest. Feeling bored, they also took out a mechanics book from the space bracelet and started reading. Rummenig showed approval, closed his eyes, and began to pretend to sleep. Feeney was already absent-minded. Her big eyes kept looking around. When she glanced at Chenrue from the corner of her eyes also froze. She saw Chenrue flipping the pages of Basics of Mechanics quickly. That speed wasn't reading at all, but flipping the book. In about half an hour, the thick book of Basics was flipped. After Chenrue finished flipping, he closed his eyes. Under the skill of deep analysis, his brain was like a smart computer. It began to quickly sort out the new data it absorbed, constantly strengthening and improving the memory imprint. After reading Basics of Mechanics, Chenrue's basic knowledge that he had been lacking was supplemented. He was overjoyed and took a deep breath. Then he saw Feeney looking at him dumbfounded. She stuttered and asked, "You just finished reading?" "I think so." Chenrue scratched his head, knowing that he was overdoing it. However, this kind of book wasn't sold on the market. Only some mechanic masters had it. Even Sky and Xingxing didn't have it. One didn't have it, and the other didn't accept disciples, so he didn't carry those things with him. The opportunity was rare, so he couldn't care much. It's like this. I've read an incomplete Basics before. Now, I've just completed those that I haven't read before. Chenrue's excuse wasn't brilliant. If it was just a completion, then he should focus on reading the incomplete parts carefully. How could he flip through it at a constant speed like just now? Feeney rolled her eyes and took out 3 more books. "Brother Arthur, I also have advanced mechanics that recorded 3 kinds of proficiency. Grandpa gave it to me to read after I became a mechanic. Have you read it?" This kind of book was even rarer. It was an advanced book. It was rare that it had all 3 proficiencies of metal, leather, and accessories. Chenrue looked at the 3 books covetously and shook his head quickly. "I haven't read it before. Can you lend it to me?" "No problem." Feeney looked very generous, but she showed a wise smile. "But I have to test your knowledge of Basic first. If you answer all of them correctly, I'll lend all 3 books to you." "Okay." After question and answer session, Feeney's eyes were sparkling. He actually answered all of them correctly. Even the question about the page number that she had deliberately made difficult for him was answered accurately. Monroe looked disdainful. This method of picking up girls is too clumsy. She clearly memorized this book long ago. Everything before was just an excuse. Chenrue happily took the 3 books of advanced mechanics, only to hear Feeney add another sentence. "You have to return it to me in an hour." Chenrue was a little speechless. For the sake of precious knowledge, he had to take the books and flip through them one by one. After reaching the Migra estate, his spirit had also undergone a qualitative change. Coupled with the effect of the earth elemental heart, deep analysis could be used 5 times a day, so these books weren't a problem. After quickly flipping the 3 books and digesting the advanced knowledge using deep analysis, Chenrue returned the books to Feeney and shook his head regretfully. "These books are too profound. They're much more difficult than basic studies. I can't understand them, so I'll return them to you." "You can't understand them, yet you're flipping through every page?" Feeney looked doubtful. Chenrue shrugged. "I'm just curious." Rummenig, who had been closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes. "Arthur, I thought of the answer to your previous enchantment problem. Extend the 3rd baseline straight to the 5th baseline. Remove the 8th baseline and the 9th baseline. Then you should be able to complete the perfect water defense enchantment. Chinrue thought for a while and frowned. I think the 3rd baseline should be extended to the 7th baseline. The 8th baseline should be retained. And if the 9th baseline is removed, the effect should be better. Rummenigge nodded approvingly and discussed a few more questions in a probing tone. He was getting more and more surprised. Could it be that Arthur really understood those books just now? In such a short time? Impossible. This Arthur is likely to have known my identity from the name left in the book. So he deliberately approached me to show goodwill. After all, the name Rummenigge is well known in the Shadow Empire. Although there are many people with the same name, the senior master of the Mechanic Association, Rummenigge Asmodeus, is the only one. There are no other branches. However, this apprentice really should change to an official mechanic robe. From the perspective of understanding and comprehension, he has quite the potential. By the way, sir, this book is back to you. Chinrue returned Basics of Mechanics to Rummenigge. Thank you very much for sir's generosity. Rummenigge shook his head. I'll give this book to you. Monroe was shocked. Who is Master Rummenigge? He actually gave a book to this great demon apprentice. It seems, in fact, all the contents of Basics of Mechanics had been copied by deep analysis. This book was no longer useful to Chinrue. However, since he was kind, he naturally couldn't refuse, so he quickly thanked him. I believe you have heard about the capital's mechanic contest. Rummenigge glanced at Chinrue faintly. You have great potential. I hope you can participate in the contest after passing the mechanic certification. The master seems to be very optimistic about this, Arthur. Monroe was shocked again. The reason why this contest attracted mechanics from all over the world was that several masters of the Mechanic Association would choose their successors from the winners. Chinrue's goal this time was the Custer family. He wasn't too interested in the mechanic contest, so he casually agreed. This casual attitude seemed to make Rummenigge a little surprised. He couldn't figure out the apprentice's thoughts, but he didn't continue. As a senior mechanic master, it was already a lot of care to say so much to a mechanic apprentice, even if this apprentice had potential. This trip, that was supposed to be a boring carriage trip, had unexpectedly gained a massive amount of theoretical knowledge of mechanics, especially the most lacking basic knowledge. It made Chinrue, who had rich practical experience, get a good supplement. At this time, there were still a few days before arriving at the capital. Chinrue wasn't in the mood to chat with Feeney anymore. He pretended to be sleepy and entered the super system. Chinrue chose to enter the refinery. The appearance of the refinery was a bit similar to a blacksmith shop. There was a flame symbol in the center. When he came to the door of the refinery, there was a light screen showing the options of forging and automatic refining. When he selected automatic refining, a space to put items would appear. After putting the corresponding drawings and materials in, the required equipment would be automatically generated. Chinrue put his thoughts on the option of forging, and the door of the refinery opened. When he walked in, it was a vast space that could automatically generate various tools at will. There were not only mechanics, but also potions. The more amazing functions were not limited to these. The refinery had a link function that could automatically connect with the storage warehouse and the training ground. Not only could he directly retrieve or store items from the storage warehouse, but he could also use the time rule of the training ground. It was just that after the link, the aura required for the training ground was doubled. For example, the price of the one time rule per day had become 10,000 auras. With Chinrue's thoughts, tables, chairs, and various special tools for making accessories and magic items appeared in the space. Then he took out some materials from the storage warehouse and began to try. The forging room had a special function of additional proficiency and comprehension ability. His mechanics were growing rapidly in the process of crafting again and again. Chapter 249. 7 days later, the carriage finally arrived at the destination, the capital. The capitals of the 3 empires were directly named after the country. The prosperity of the Dark Shadow's capital was far beyond Chen Rui's expectation. The carriage stopped at a post station in the suburbs, but he could already see residents and well-proportioned houses. The wide roads were paved with good white stones mixed with corresponding materials. It was smoother and stronger than the cement roads in the other world. It looked extraordinary. The long-distance carriage at the post station couldn't enter the city gate. There was another lighter carriage drawn by camels that could travel in the capital. Feeny stretched out. "I'm exhausted these few days. I'll have a good sleep when I get home." Chinrue smiled and said, "Sir Rummanig, thank you for your gift and guidance along the way. I have to go to a relative's house first, so I'll leave now." Rummanig nodded. "I hope you can pass the mechanic certification as soon as possible. Here is a badge. Take it. If you want to participate in the mechanic contest, you can participate directly even if you haven't signed up in advance. Just take it as a thank you gift for our tower's free ride and drinking your fine wine." Chinrue took the badge and bowed to Rummanig to express his gratitude. Since he was practicing mechanics in the forging room, his chats with Feeny decreased significantly in the next few days. Feeny just waved to Chinrue to say goodbye. Monroe still ignored him. He called a light carriage and left with Rummanig and Feeny. Chinrue was interested in seeing the Dark Shadow's capital. He walked all the way. The more he walked, the more prosperous the feeling of the capital became. The Dark Shadow's capital was a flat city. Judging from the scale alone, even the Dark Moon City during the heyday of the fallen Angel Empire was much inferior. As for the degree of prosperity, the current Dark Moon could barely be regarded as a desolate, small town in front of the Dark Shadow's capital. The tall and thick city wall had a majestic momentum. The black phoenix flamed flag, representing the Asmodeus royal family, was fluttering in the wind. The guards on the city wall were lined up neatly with spears in their hands. They were all equipped with shiny silver armor. The checks at the city gate were very standard and strict. There were very few cases of extortion. Due to the approaching mechanic contest, there were constantly mechanics rushing to the capital from all over the country. Chinrue easily passed the inspection as a mechanic apprentice. Due to the vastness of the area, in addition to the main road, the large and small streets in the imperial capital were as intricate as a spider web. The numerous shops and residences were dazzling. Chinrue had to take out the magic compass to assist him. When some of the locals saw this behavior, they couldn't help but show a contemptuous smile of, "Look at this country bumpkin." The sense of superiority that came from the metropolis was undoubtedly evident. However, it was the same everywhere. When there was brightness, there was rot. Prosperity could not cover up darkness and danger. Chinrue knew this very well. The capital city was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The shops and residential residences were distributed in the outer city. The inner city was mainly the residences of the nobles. The tallest building, the palace, was located on the high mountain in the center that overlooked all directions. The Custer family was known as the top business family in the Shadow Empire. Their base camp was in the inner city. However, according to the news sent by Kia, the young master, Dior, who was rescued by General George, disliked the home in the inner city very much. He was now living in a separate courtyard in the most prosperous south of the outer city. When he finally found that courtyard, he saw a large number of guards at the door. It seemed that young Master Dior had become much more cautious after he almost lost his life. As soon as Chinrue entered the gate, he was stopped by the guard. "Please tell Mr. Dior that Kia's friend has come to see him." The guard looked at him for a while and sneered. "Just you? A lowly apprentice wants to see Mr. Dior?" Another guard then ridiculed. "He even said that he knows the beautiful Miss Kia." "I am indeed Miss Kia's friend. How about this?" Chinrue took out a handful of black crystal coins. "Whoever invites Miss Kia to meet me at the gate will get these black crystal coins." The guard's eyes lit up. There were about 10 black crystal coins. It was definitely a windfall. Besides, it was just to invite Kia to the gate. With so many guards around, they were not afraid of this person playing tricks. Soon, Kia's figure appeared at the gate. Chinrue did not break his promise. He gave the black crystal coins to the guard who reacted the fastest, John. The rest of the people's eyes turned red. She was still that familiar, charming seductress. Her usual maid attire had already been changed into a long dress made of expensive material. The slightly tight-fitting clothes made her ample upper body even more prominent. Although she was very naturally swaying her waist slightly, her movements were full of temptation. It was as if a single gaze could make the blood vessels of any male boil. As soon as Kia appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. They were even more jealous of John, who rushed to pass the message. He was so lucky to be able to talk to Miss Kia and get black crystal coins. Kia looked at the great demon, who claimed to be her friend, with a puzzled look. As she was about to ask, the other party had already said, "Miss Kia, don't you remember me? I'm Arthur, a friend of Old Gauss." When Kia heard the name of Old Gauss, she looked like she had a sudden realization. She looked at Chinrue a few times and nodded. "Yes, come with me." Chinrue followed Kia into the courtyard. Although it was called a courtyard, the degree of luxury was far better than the Dark Moon's palace. Kia took him to a relatively secluded corner and said, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "You don't have to care who I am. My current name is Arthur. I'm ordered by Princess Royal to take over Old Gauss's work and investigate Old Gauss's whereabouts." Chinrue gave Kia a magic letter signed by Jia, which ordered Kia to obey all the arrangements of Arthur. After Kia finished reading, she handed the magic letter back with both hands and bowed respectfully to Chinrue. "Sir Arthur." Chinrue nodded and took the magic letter. With a little exertion of power, the letter turned into ashes and dissipated. Kia's eyes moved slightly. Although her power was restrained by the anti-magic ring, her eyesight was still there. This seemingly casual power wasn't something that a higher demon could exert. There were many people with the same name in the demon realm. There were many people named Arthur. The question was, when did Princess Royal have such a character? "I got some information from Princess Royal, but I want to hear your report first." Chinrue frowned. "Also, how did Old Gauss disappear?" Kia calmed herself down and said, "The founder of the Custer family, Sacramento Custer, was a celebrity in the Shadow Empire. He was originally a mechanic with ordinary qualifications. With a flexible mind and bold strategy, he started from a small magic shop and developed into the huge Custer family. The current patriarch, Kraz, was also an amazing figure. During the King's Rebellion in the Shadow Empire, he decisively chose Princess Catherine, who was not favored at the time, and provided a lot of money and material support. Finally, Catherine wiped out the rebellion and ascended to the throne. The Custer family, with the merit of ascending the throne, was more stable and firmly occupied the position of the top business family. Kraz was seriously injured in his early years. Now that he was in his twilight years, he was weak and sick, so he naturally had the idea of handing the family's heavy responsibility to the next generation. Kraz had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son died in the turmoil of the capital in his early years. The second son, Dior, became the eldest. The third son was called Falamo, and the youngest daughter was called Celine. According to age, Dior was the first heir, Falamo was the second, and Celine was the third. In fact, Kraz was not satisfied with these children. Dior was mediocre, fond of beauty, and reckless. He almost turned against the family for a political marriage. For many years, he had a bad relationship with the daughter of the main financial minister, Anna. Falamo was cowardly and married Marianne, the sister of the second general of the Shadow Empire, Warren. Marianne was from the royal family of the Shadow Empire, so his wife was stronger than his husband. The remaining youngest daughter, Celine, was only born in his later years. Although she was smart and loved, she was not yet 20 years old. She had too little experience to inherit the family business. Dior went out to play in the name of inspection, but he disappeared for a few months. Croz had been worried. After explaining the assassination after his return, Croz's biggest suspect fell on Falamo because if Dior died, the biggest beneficiary would be Falamo. Croz himself also went through a fierce family inheritance struggle. Originally, he didn't expect these children to respect and love each other and live in peace. The demon realm advocated survival of the fittest, and those who were capable would rule. It was just that Falamo had always been controlled by his wife, Marianne. Behind Marianne was the second general who represented the royal family. If he really inherited the family, then the huge family business was likely to fall into the hands of the relatives in the future, so Croz always had a knot in his heart. Old Gauss, who was aware of all this, used a targeted strategy to make Croz more suspicious of Falamo. The balance gradually tilted to Dior's side. Of course, the pressure from General Warren was still great and couldn't be ignored. The Custer family started as a magic store and was currently the official designated provider of armaments and magic supplies. For many years, they had maintained a good relationship with the Dark Shadow Empire's Mechanic Alliance. This mechanic contest was also sponsored by the Custer family. Croz knew that he didn't have much time left, so he had to be decisive. Finally, he made a decision. That was, each of his 3 children would choose one of the participating mechanics as a supporter. The one who chose the person with the highest ranking in this mechanic contest would become the real first successor. If he could win the final victory of the contest, then he would undoubtedly be the real successor. This support was two-sided. It must be agreed by the mechanic himself. It not only tested the vision of the successor, but also the comprehensive ability of various aspects such as means and strategies. As soon as Croz's decision was announced, Dior and Falamo immediately began to prepare intensively. Celine, who was the least likely to inherit the family business, seemed to be unhurried. Old Gauss knew the principle of knowing one's enemy as well as oneself. Under his suggestion, Dior used the internal relationship of the Mechanic Alliance to obtain the first-hand information of the mechanics who signed up for the contest. After layers of screening and evaluation, the candidates were finally narrowed to 2 people. One of them was the direct disciple of Master Leo of the capital's Mechanic Alliance, Savis, a famous genius mechanic who had risen in recent years. The other was a senior mechanic, the champion of the previous mechanic contest, Robert, who was most likely to be promoted to master. Of course, this mechanic contest would also attract the mechanics of the fallen Angel Empire and the Bloody Empire. In addition to these 2 people, there were also powerful people or unknown people. However, since they could only choose one supporter, they must choose the candidate who had the greatest chance of winning. At the very least, the candidate's ranking must be higher than the other 2 competitors as much as possible. Old Gauss was most optimistic about the previous champion, Robert. He catered to Robert's preference and launched a series of coaxing attacks. Admittedly, Old Gauss had been Ja's most trusted aide for so many years. His means were quite commendable. However, just as he was about to succeed, Old Gauss suddenly disappeared. After this incident, Robert suddenly changed his original plan and switched to Falamo's side. It could be seen that the biggest suspect for Old Gauss' evaporation was Falamo. Dior had sent many people to search and send people to follow and monitor Falamo, but he had never found anything. At present, the mechanic contest was imminent. Dior could only place the target of coaxing on Savis according to Old Gauss' original analysis. Savis became famous at a young age, and he had a senior master like Leo behind him. He had always been arrogant, extremely arrogant and unscrupulous. Dior had tried many ways to get closer to Savis with great difficulty. He planned to set up a banquet at the courtyard tonight to entertain Savis and discuss the final cooperation. After Chenrue learned about the situation from Kia, he pondered for a while and asked Kia to take him to see Dior. Dior was a thin and tall mutated great demon. His power was higher demon. He looked like he was only in his 20s, but he was actually more than 200 years old. He looked a little haggard, not sure if it was due to the recent stress or his daily indulgence in alcohol and women. Without old Gauss's planning, Dior felt that everything was difficult. Now that he heard from Kia that the Dark Moon had a new supporter, he was excited. When he saw Chinrue dressed as a mechanic apprentice, he couldn't help but frown. However, Dior finally had some knowledge. He knew that the person who was sent by Princess Royal of the Dark Moon to support was by no means mediocre. This set of clothes was just a cover. He immediately smiled and said, "Sir Arthur came from afar. You must be tired." Chinrue nodded. After the two sides exchanged polite greetings for a while, Dior ordered the maid to leave. "I've heard from Kia about your family and the mechanic contest." Chinrue pondered. "Are you planning to invite Savis tonight? How confident are you?" "I don't know. Savis accepted all the benefits I sent, but he refused to formally agree. He's much more difficult to deal with than Robert." When Robert was mentioned, Dior gritted his teeth. "Robert isn't a good guy either. He actually sided with Falamo in the end. It's all based on our own means." Chinrue shook his head. If this was a test for Kra's 3 children, then it had just begun. However, old Gauss's foresight has always been good. Robert's hope should be slightly greater than Savis. Even if you successfully invite Savis, you may not have the confidence to win. What should I do? Dior looked anxious. In fact, it wasn't a problem who won the mechanic contest in the end. As long as the contestant he supported could surpass his brother and sister, it would be fine. Of course, it would be better if he could directly become the heir. Chinrue smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I have my own way." The rewards of this mechanic contest were very generous, especially some rare materials which were the key to making thunderous sound. As he had reached the master level, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Chapter 250. Chinrue's calm attitude made Dior feel a little relieved. He quickly said, "I have arranged a room. Sir, please go and rest first. If you need anything, just tell the maid." Although Dior was incompetent, he was by no means a fool. He naturally knew that the Dark Moon's support for him wasn't that simple, but he could use the Dark Moon's power to help him win the heir position. Once the family was in power, even if he wanted to change his mind and turn against the Dark Moon, the little lord far away in the fallen angel empire couldn't do anything to him. "I'm not in a hurry to rest. I plan to go to the Mechanic Association first." Chinrue asked Kia, "Kia, do you know the location of the Mechanic Association?" Without further ado, let's go now. I have to pass the mechanic certification first. Then observe the situation." "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Dior quickly took out a space ring. "This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, sir. Please take care of the following matters." Chinrue took the space ring and scanned it with his mind. It was filled with black crystal coins. It was estimated to be as much as 100,000. He was indeed the young master of the top business family. He was quite generous. Chinrue nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Dior. I won't stand on ceremony then." After leaving the courtyard, Chinrue followed Kia out of the door, took a light carriage, and headed to the Mechanic Association. The Mechanic Association was a well-known organization recognized by the 3 empires. Together with the Potioneer Association, they were collectively known as the Alchemist Association. They weren't directly under any country. They only had corresponding institutions in the capital of the 3 empires. They were responsible for various affairs, especially the certification of Master and Master. The Dark Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association was located in the northern part of the outer city. It was a large building that covered a large area. The Mechanic Association was affected by the war during the War of the Kings. After Catherine the Great ascended the throne, she specially renovated and rebuilt it. It was a thriving scene now. Due to the mechanic contest, it seemed to be very lively here. Everyone was discussing the gossip of the contest. This time is different from the past. The top 3 winners will not only get rare alchemy materials rewarded by the association, but they will also have the qualification to become a senior master's disciple. The winner of the contest 10 years ago, Robert, seems to be participating again this time. The previous champion? Why hasn't he become a master yet? What do you know? Do you think the difference between mechanic and mechanical master is as simple as one word? Countless mechanics couldn't even touch the threshold of master in their lifetime. It's already an amazing genius to use 10 years to become a master from a senior mechanic. I heard that Robert's strength is almost at the master level. He definitely wants to use this competition to make a name for himself and get certified as a master. Master Leo's disciple Savis is a rising genius in the capital. This time, Master Leo himself is one of the judges. I think Savis has a great chance. I'm still optimistic about Robert. Savis' self-righteous look is annoying. I heard that this guy usually does whatever he wants and offends a lot of people. Be quiet. I just saw Savis walk in. This person is very narrow-minded. If he hears it, it will be troublesome. There were icons in the lobby on the first floor. The second floor was the alchemy material store, the third floor was the exchange, and the mechanic certification was on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor, it was a special place that only internal personnel could enter. Many masters were inside. Chinrue and Kia walked all the way to the fourth floor. There were very few people on the fourth floor. A succubus who received them asked, "Are both of you going for the mechanic certification?" Chinrue looked at her and asked, "I'm the one going for the mechanic certification. How do I get certified?" "Go to the left passage and go straight inside. Master Kosa is in the room at the front. After paying 50 black crystal coins, he will give you a certification test." The succubus glanced at her kindred, who was more beautiful than her, with jealousy. "As for this lady, if you're not a certified person, please wait in the lounge on the right passage. It costs 50 black crystal coins to be certified as a mechanic? So expensive." Chinrue secretly muttered, "Black merchant." He asked Kia to wait in the lounge while he walked straight to the left passage. Master Kosa was an old lich who reeked of alcohol. He was dozing off lazily, and there were 2 young great demons who looked like assistants next to him. An assistant saw Chinrue in an apprentice outfit and immediately asked, "Are you here to pass the mechanic certification? Pay the certification fee of 50 black crystal coins first." Chinrue nodded, took out the prepared black crystal coins and handed them in. After the assistant counted, he said, "Fill in this form now. Master Kosa will give you the certification content in a while. If you pass, you will be awarded a mechanic outfit and badge. If you fail, you won't be able to participate in the assessment again within a year." Chinrue took the form and looked at it. It was nothing more than name, race, age, specialty, and so on. It reminded him of the countless resumes he filled in when he was applying for a job in another world. After filling in the form with Arthur's information, the assistant woke up Master Kosa. "Are you here to participate in the certification?" The Lich Master, who was woken up, seemed a little dissatisfied. He squinted at the great demon in front of him with his sleepy eyes. Chinrue, who was a little afraid of exams in college, was inevitably a little nervous. He nodded. "It's my first time participating in the certification. If I don't understand the rules, please forgive me, Master." "Cut the crap." Master Kosa yawned. "Answer my 3 questions first. The first question, how can I remove the impurities in the purple garnet?" Chinrue thought for a while and replied, "There are 2 ways." The 2 assistants behind him shook their heads in unison. The first question was the easiest. There were many green crystals on the surface of the purple garnet that affected the purity. There were 3 ways to remove them. The standard answers were: 1. Remove them directly with tools. 2. Soak them in acid solution. 3. Use a rare crystal-eating ant to nibble it. Chinrue's answer was completely different from the above 3. One method was to use flame flux and stone agent. The second method was to place it in a low-temperature environment and then use the separation solution and oxalic acid to purify it. Master Kosa's lazy eyes flashed slightly, and he actually nodded. Correct answer. The two assistants behind him were surprised. Although they weren't top experienced mechanics, they were also certified formal mechanics. How could they answer incorrectly? Was there a problem with the standard answer? Master Kosa asked a few more questions. Some of them were fine, but some even confused the two mechanic assistants. One of them actually asked about how to avoid negative attributes when 3 enchantment attributes appeared. The two assistants broke into a cold sweat. 3 enchantment attributes without any negative attributes. Is he still a mechanic? Chinrue noticed that it was more than 3 questions. He was smart enough to say that he didn't know. Master Kosa glanced at him with a faint smile and asked, "Which master is your teacher?" The two assistants behind him suddenly realized that some difficult or even unknown methods could only be used by a master-level mechanic. This apprentice must be learning from a master, so he knows those advanced methods. My teacher is just an old man who doesn't want to reveal his name. I don't know if he is a master. Chinrue answered vaguely with a practiced lie. Okay, you passed the oral exam with an A grade. The second item is a written exam. Master Kosa didn't ask further. He gestured to his assistant to take out a pen and paper for Chinrue. Draw a fire enchantment magic circle for me. The higher the enchantment level, the more accurate it is, and the higher the score. This wasn't difficult for Chinrue. Using the information of deep analysis, he quickly completed a fire enchantment magic circle and gave it to Kosa. So fast? Kosa took the paper and looked at it. It wasn't the easiest light of fire that he imagined, but a complicated flame of fire. Not only was it accurate, but the key parts were also marked. It was just like a textbook. If he hadn't been staring at the apprentice just now and the pen and paper were provided by him, he would have thought that he used some cheating tools. In fact, Chinrue still held back. If he drew the improved magic circle that he learned from Master Xingxing, Master Kosa's eyes would probably protrude. Is he still an apprentice? Even Kosa himself can't draw so fast. Maybe his teacher has specially carried out relevant training. Kosa glanced at the apprentice badge in front of Chinrue's robe and felt that it was extremely dazzling. He simply threw the paper and pen to his assistant and said, You passed this written exam with an A grade." The assistant took the magic circle and looked at it. He was also stunned. He secretly despised Kosa in his heart. "What do you mean by pass?" "The last one is equipment manufacturing." Kosa picked up the resume and looked at it. "Arthur, right? Let me see. Your specialty is filled in jewelry mastery and metal mastery. It's actually 2. Young man, you should know the principle of biting off more than you can chew. Well, let's go to the manufacturing room on the side now. You have 3 chances. If you can make a high-grade equipment once, you can become an official mechanic." High-grade equipment? Chinrue was a little troubled. After integrating the basic and advanced knowledge on the way, coupled with the function of the manufacturing room, his mechanics had a qualitative breakthrough. He could freely manufacture excellent grade equipment. In other words, he was already a master. Merely high-grade equipment shouldn't be a problem. Chinrue followed Kosa and the other 2 to the manufacturing room. This was a room for jewelry manufacturing. It was fully equipped. Kosa gestured to the assistant to take out a pile of materials and said, "Don't think that the 50 black crystal coins you paid is expensive. In fact, the materials needed for the assessment and certification account for a considerable part. If you can succeed in 1 try, I can refund you 10 black crystal coins later. Of course, if you have extra money, you can apply for higher grade materials. The possibility of making high-grade equipment will be higher." "No need. It wasn't easy for me to save that money." Chinrue rejected Kosa's suggestion. Of course, this was purely a lie. The black crystal coins in the storage warehouse were higher than the building of the Mechanic Association. The key was that he didn't want to make a shocking excellent grade or quasi-excellent grade equipment. After Chinrue finished speaking, he chose the needed parts from the materials and began to manufacture. As soon as he started, the two assistants showed a strange expression. This apprentice's proficiency was quite impressive. Even the two of them couldn't match his precise technique of processing materials. It seemed that there was no problem for Arthur to pass the certification this time. What the two of them saw was just the surface level. Master Kosa saw more things. He looked calm on the surface, but there was a storm in his heart. This feeling, this temperament, let alone an apprentice, even a senior mechanic, can't match. Could it be Chinrue was making a magic ring that enhanced water power? The production of the main body was very smooth in the beginning, but there were some mistakes when engraving the magic circle. Fortunately, the inlay was barely made up for by using gems. The attributes of this ring were water magic casting speed increased by 5% and water magic power increased by 12%. It was a standard high-grade equipment. Master, I'm done. Chinrue wiped the sweat on his head. It was really not easy. This could at least be a quasi-excellent grade equipment. Master Kosa carefully looked at the ring in his hand and felt an indescribable awkwardness, as if a rat's poop was thrown into a pot of delicious soup. He snorted angrily. High-grade equipment completed. Score A, Arthur. Passed the mechanic certification. 3 A's. The two assistants couldn't help but look at the newly promoted mechanic in a different light. Master Kosa took a deep look at Chinrue and suddenly added, "You should also participate in this mechanic contest." The assistants were stunned. No matter how excellent he is, he's just a newly promoted mechanic. How can he participate in the mechanic contest? Besides, he's personally appointed by Master Kosa. One of the assistants thought of something and reminded, "Master, the preliminary contest will start in 3 days. The registration period seems to be closed." Master Kosa glared at the assistant and threw something to Chinrue. "This is for you. The 10 black crystal coins won't be refunded. Take this, and you can directly participate in the contest." Chinrue took a look, and it was a badge. It was exactly the same as the one given by Master Rummenig. Master Rummenig was so stylish that he just gave it for free. Master Kosa, on the other hand, took 10 more black crystal coins. Could it be that he pocketed it and used it to buy alcohol? The two assistants were stunned. This badge represented the recommendation of the Mechanic Association's master. He could skip the first preliminary round directly. Each master could only recommend one person. If it was thrown outside, people would fight for it, even if it was 1,000 black crystal coins. Master Kosa actually gave 10 black crystal coins to this newly promoted mechanic. "You too. Take him to complete the procedure. I'm going to drink." After Master Kosa finished the sentence, he took out a bottle of alcohol from his space ring and took a sip. He ignored the 3 of them and staggered straight away. As he walked out of the manufacturing room, he was still whispering with dissatisfaction, "This guy can at least make quasi-excellent grade equipment. He's deliberately wasting materials. I wonder which old monster taught him." Chapter 251. Chinrue completed the formalities and changed into a brand new mechanic robe. The badge on his chest also became a double star, representing a real mechanic. His spirit also looked refreshed. When he walked out of the certification office and came to the lounge in the hall, he saw a young man talking to Kia. Kia looked a little impatient and wanted to leave, but she was pestered by the man. "Kia." Chinrue greeted and walked forward. "Sir Arthur." Kia quickly took a few steps back and stood behind him. She took the opportunity to get rid of the man's pestering. The man's face was sharp and thin. He looked arrogant, as if he was writing words like "I'm awesome" with his face. Race: Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment, D physique, D. Strength. E. Spirit. D. Agility. E dash. Chinrue frowned. Who are you? The man felt the higher demon breath on Chinrue. He looked at the mechanic costume on him and was even more disdainful. You blind fool. I haven't asked who you are yet. Sir Arthur is Mr. Dior Castor's newly hired senior consultant. Kia quickly explained, this is Sir Savis, Master Leo's personal disciple and the favorite to win this mechanic contest. It turns out that this is Savis. He's as arrogant and unscrupulous as the intel said. Senior consultant? The contempt on Savis' face was even stronger. He's just a guy hired by Dior. Isn't Dior going to invite me to dinner tonight? As long as I say it, Dior will immediately kick you out. If you're smart, get out of my way now. Don't hinder me from talking to this woman. Otherwise, it'll be too late even if you lick my shoes later. Kia frowned. Sir Savis, I'm sorry. I've told you just now that my physique is special. Initially, old Gauss didn't expose Kia's devour physique, allowing Kia to play hard to get with Dior, which made Dior fall head over heels for her. After the disappearance of old Gauss, Robert defected to Falamo's side, so Dior had to get in touch with Savis. After Savis met Kia, he couldn't forget her. He once proposed to get Kia as an exchange condition. Although Dior liked beauty and pursued Kia enthusiastically, he did not hesitate to choose the latter under the interests of the family's heir. However, although Dior wanted to use Kia as a tool to win over Savis, Kia was from the Dark Moon after all, so she couldn't make the decision. Besides, Savis hadn't really taken the bait yet, so he was naturally reluctant to throw the biggest bait. Now that the Dark Moon finally had a leader, Kia knew that Arthur would definitely make the choice to sacrifice her under this interest relationship. It just so happened that she met Savis here. She couldn't bear to pester him anymore, so she simply told him about the devour physique so that he would give up. Don't treat me like a child. Do you think I'll believe you? Savis sneered. So what if you're Dior's mistress? I've long known about the battle for the Custer family's heir. As long as I promise to sign an agreement with that guy and participate as his supporter, even if I want to sleep with his wife, he will hand it over without hesitation. I will bring this sentence to Madame Anna. Although she's just a concubine's daughter, she also represents the face of the Sir Finance Minister. Chinrue shook a recording stone in his hand that could record sound and said slowly. Savis' face suddenly changed. However, if you just want Kia, I can make the decision. I'm considered as her owner. There's no doubt that Dior can't make the decision on this matter, but I definitely can. Chinrue's words weren't wrong. He was Kia's rightful owner. Besides, Jia's order also had a special requirement for Kia to completely obey. Kia couldn't help but tremble. The thing that she was most worried about really happened. Savis saw that expression, and he couldn't help but look at Chinrue, the senior consultant, differently. If you give me Kia, I can consider agreeing to Dior's request. You're also a mechanic, right? You should know that my teacher is Master Leo. If you follow me, you'll be much stronger than in the Custer family. That's great. Chinrue looked at the pale Kia and smiled slightly. However, I want to remind you that the devouring physique she said is true. I can swear to the demon god. You're really a sensible guy. It doesn't matter if that physique is true. I have a way to deal with this kind of woman. Seeing that Kia was about to be in his hands, Savis revealed a lewd smile. She will be a very good toy. Seeing Chinrue's interested look, he took out something. This is a magic device that I've worked hard to develop recently. It has many functions that are enough to make the toy die. If you're tired of it, I may return her to you alive. Chinrue looked at that thing and was taken aback. This thing is actually some kind of adult product, and it's even electric. This so-called mechanic genius is really a silver genius. Just like this guy's perverted mentality, the function of this thing is definitely not for fun, but for torture. The model and those messy designs are indeed very perverted. If it's really used on a woman, it'll definitely be worse than death. Kia's face changed drastically, and her body trembled slightly. The main purpose of Savis taking out this perverted thing was to see her expression like this. His twisted mentality was suddenly greatly satisfied, and he was already fantasizing about how to torture this superb succubus. At that moment, Savis suddenly felt that his hand was light and the adult product was gone. "Okay, Kia, let's go." Shinrue took Kia's hand and turned to leave. Savis was stunned, then he reacted. As he was about to curse, his body suddenly shook as if he was swept by some force. He couldn't move for a while. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from a certain part of his buttocks, as if it was torn apart by a huge thing that violently broke in. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream and fell to the ground. He wanted to cover his buttocks, but his hands couldn't move. The intensity and depth of the impact were quite terrifying. Even his pants were violently pierced through. Besides, that thing actually turned on the switch and automatically began to make the perverted person feel even more pain. Yet his body lost the ability to move. He screamed for a while, and the clothes on his back began to ooze blood. "This is for you on behalf of the Custer family and the finance minister. Don't forget that I still have a recording stone." Shinrue looked at the trembling Savis in disgust and sneered. "I don't know how good the soundproofing of this lounge is. You can shout for help and let everyone see the heroic scene of the capital's genius buttocks being pierced by something he made himself." Savis' body trembled even more. The pain and fear made him break out in cold sweat, but he held back and didn't dare to scream loudly. The sinister and vicious Arthur in front of him was simply creepy. If everyone really saw his current shameful appearance, then even if Arthur was severely punished, he, the genius, would become the laughingstock of the capital. The drastic reversal of the situation made Kia look incredulous. She was pulled by Shinrue and followed him out involuntarily. Savis' body was still unable to move. He only hoped that the confinement force would disappear quickly. The resentment in his heart couldn't be expressed in words. He swore to take revenge on Arthur, on Kia, and on the entire Custer family. Shinrue closed the door of the lounge and hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign. He held Kia's hand and walked all the way out. He happened to see two acquaintances, Monroe and Feeney, who also came to the capital this time. Feeney saw Shinrue and said in surprise, "Arthur, why are you here?" Shinrue smiled slightly. "I just passed the mechanic's certification." "Wow, that's amazing." Feeney saw his new mechanic costume and badge and looked envious. "Did you see Savis, a guy with a thin monkey face?" Feeney looked at the door of the lounge. "I heard from the maid that he seems to be here. Master Leo seems to be looking for him." Shinrue looked like he had a sudden realization. It turns out that the thin monkey face is Savis. He just showed me a newly invented magic item called Chrysanthemum Remnant, but he seems to have gone downstairs. He said he wanted to find a place to test it himself. "Chrysanthemum Remnant?" Feeney asked curiously. Then she smiled. "You also call him Thin Monkey Face? But don't let him hear it. This annoying guy is not only self-righteous, but also narrow-minded. But I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll help you. This is your woman?" Shinrue glanced at Kia, whose hand was held, and nodded vaguely. "By the way, I still have something to do, so I have to leave with my companions. Come on, Feeney. You will definitely become a mechanic soon. Okay, I often follow Grandpa here. I hope we can meet again, next time." Shinrue said goodbye to Feeney, pulled Kia all the way, and quickly left the Mechanic Association. After leaving this block, the two slowed down. Kia gently withdrew her hand and said, "Thank you." The succubus originally thought that her fate was inevitable. If it was old Gauss, he would definitely sacrifice her to rope in the other party. Unexpectedly, this man actually made such an unexpected decision. Not only did he make Savis completely give up on her, but he also used that ruthless method to punish the pervert. However, she couldn't understand why he did that. Shinrue shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the pervert makes me feel very annoyed. so I gave him an unforgettable lesson. That guy will probably never forget this lesson. Kia looked at him for a while, and she couldn't help but feel that this somewhat ferocious face was much more pleasing to the eye than those handsome guys. She asked carefully, "It's just that this time we completely offended Savis. What should we do next?" "Don't worry, I have my own way. You're just my assistant. I'll take the responsibility." Chinrue smiled and said, "Your current job is—" "I haven't been to the Dark Shadow's capital yet. You've been in the outpost for so long anyway. It should be fine to be a guide, right?" "Of course." Kia smiled. She didn't have the usual seductive charm, but she looked even more beautiful. Chinrue and Kia strolled for a long time and tried the famous snacks of the Dark Shadow's capital. Then, they slowly returned to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Dior was already anxious. When he saw the two, he quickly greeted them. "Sir Arthur, what happened?" "Savis not only refused my invitation tonight very badly, but he also threatened to punish me." Chinrue shrugged, "Because I specially went to investigate this so-called capital genius. I think he can't be the winner of the contest and he's despicable, so I taught him a lesson for you." "What?" Dior thought he heard it wrong and yelled, "You taught him a lesson? Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I'm doing it for the reputation of the Custer family and the finance minister." Chinrue took out a recording stone and Savis' voice sounded. It happened to be the highlight of the second half. "As long as I promise to sign an agreement with that guy and participate as his supporter, even if I want to sleep with his wife, he will hand it over without hesitation." Dior's face was very ugly, not only because of Savis' words, but also because Chinrue had completely offended Savis and ruined his last hope. Seeing Dior's gloomy face, Chinrue laughed. "Don't worry. I have a candidate whose strength is definitely better than a character like Savis. If he's lucky, he's very likely to win the contest. Otherwise, why would I block Savis' way?" Dior's hope was rekindled when he heard that. "Who is it?" Chinrue pointed to the newly acquired mechanic badge on his chest. "Me." "You?" Dior's spark of hope was immediately extinguished. "So what if he's a mechanic? A rookie mechanic who has just been certified probably can't even pass the first round of preliminaries." "Don't worry," Chinrue said confidently. "Do you know why Princess Royal sent me here? It's for this mechanic contest. At such a critical moment. Do you think she will send an idiot who only knows how to cause trouble? Apprentice and certification are just to numb the opponent." That nonsense made Dior believe a little. Then he heard Chinrue said again, "Although the registration is closed now, I believe you must have a way to let me participate in the contest. Hurry up and prepare." "Okay." Dior clenched his teeth. By now it was obvious that Savis' way was completely cut off. Under the urgency of time, he could only make a desperate attempt. In the past 3 days, Chinrue gave Dior a large list of materials in the name of special training and asked him to get them. Dior had signed a supporting contract with Chinrue and handed it over to his father, Kraz, so it couldn't be changed. It could be said that the two were tied to the same boat, so they naturally didn't dare to neglect such a request. However, most of the materials requested by Chinrue were very rare, so he only managed to get most of them in a hurry. There were still 3 particularly rare materials that he couldn't get at the moment. Despite that, Chinrue was already secretly laughing. These materials were needed for the artifact, Thunderous Sound. With Dior's help, he had gathered most of the materials, including the synthesis formula. Now, only the 3 materials and the 10 million auras needed for the Thunderous Sound blueprint were left. Unfortunately, the Requiem Fruit and Flower of Mist were still nowhere to be found. However, the special training wasn't nonsense. Chinrue had been immersed in the refinery for the past few days. He used the time rule linked to the training ground to continuously improve his mechanics. Although his level had reached the master level, the participating mechanics came from all over the demon realm. There must be hidden talents among them, so he couldn't be careless. 3 days had passed, and the highly anticipated mechanic contest finally kicked off. Chapter 252. The location of the first round of preliminaries was the largest arena in the outer city. A total of more than 6,000 people signed up for the competition this time, which was far more than the previous few sessions. It could be described as an unprecedented event. Due to the large number of people, the first round of preliminaries could only be carried out in batches. Each registered contestant was given a number. A huge crystal screen appeared on the arena stand, showing the range of the group numbers. Chun Rue was number 5200, which was in the last group. The content of the first round of preliminaries was very simple. It was to randomly draw 3 questions and complete the content according to the requirements of the questions within the specified time. The drawn content was related to the expertise filled in for the registration. For example, metal expertise was related to the metal-related questions. There was a large element of luck in this kind of competition. Some people happened to draw the questions that they weren't good at or were very difficult. Some people drew very time-consuming questions and couldn't complete the 3 questions before the time limit was up. However, in general, people with real strength could still pass smoothly. The competition began, and the numbers for elimination and advancement began to appear on the crystal screen. These questions were generally not easy, so much so that many veteran participants felt that the difficulty of this year's questions was much greater than the previous one, which was 10 years ago. Many unlucky losers cried bitterly, but they only attracted contempt and ridicule. Almost no one sympathized with them. This was a competition where the winner took all. Chun Rue filled in the metal expertise and drew 3 questions. The first was to complete the incomplete part of an earth enchantment magic circle. The second was a question and answer about smelting metal. And the third was to repair a broken longsword. Except for the second question, the first one was more difficult, and the third one was more time-consuming. However, for Chun Rue, there was no pressure at all. He completed all the questions easily, and the judge next to him announced his advancement. Dior, who had been perturbed on the stand, saw the prompt of Chun Rue's advancement, and he finally felt relieved. This mechanic from the Dark Moon finally has some real talent, but this is just the beginning. The difficulty will only increase. This guy who just obtained the mechanic title can pass the next round of test? Kia also looked surprised. As far as she knew, Princess Royal didn't have a particularly excellent mechanic. Where did this Arthur find him? She had a faint premonition that Arthur's strong self-confidence was not an act. The first round of preliminaries took a total of 6 days to complete. Nearly 70% of the participants were eliminated in this round, and there were nearly 2,000 people left. In the past few days, Chun Rue had obtained a lot of materials through Deo. Some of them were kept for his own use, while the rest were converted into spiritual energy. The second round of preliminaries began. Starting from this round, even the candidates recommended by Grandmaster had to participate. The location of the second round of preliminaries was the ancient magic tower of the Mechanic Association's building. The ancient magic tower was one of the most mysterious places in the Dark Shadows Empire's Mechanic Association. It was said that the magic tower was built very early, and its age could no longer be determined. There were precious magic inscriptions left by masters and grand masters from tens of thousands of years, or even longer ago. There were also various magic arrays that were unpredictable. Even the current mechanic masters of the association found it difficult to see through the mystery. Usually, the ancient magic tower was not open to the public. Only the masters of the Mechanic Association had limited access to it. This time it was open to the public, and it immediately attracted the interest of all the participants. The content of the competition was very novel. The participants entered the magic tower with a special magic slate and magic stone. Within 2 hours, they had to use the slate to copy a complete magic array. After completing it, they could use the magic stone to teleport out. In addition to the functions of teleportation and timing, The magic stone could also reflect the latest points in real time. Those who didn't come out within the specified time would be automatically teleported out. Those who didn't complete the magic array would be directly eliminated. Not only that, only the last 200 contestants could enter the semi-final stage in this round. The more difficult the magic array was, the less time it took and the higher the score. 90% of the 2,000 people would be eliminated. Only 200 out of the 2,000 people would be left. The cruelty of the competition could be imagined. The 2,000 people were divided into 20 groups. Coincidentally, Chinrue and his old friend, Savis, were both in the last group. Savis accidentally saw Chinrue. His gaze suddenly froze, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Since he was young and had potential, he had been in the limelight ever since he became famous. The humiliation he suffered last time was simply unprecedented. He would never forget how he limped out of the lounge at that time. In the following days, how the pain tortured him. Although the scars on his body were healed, the huge shame and trauma in his heart could never be washed away. If it weren't for the mechanic contest that was related to his future, Savis really wanted to use all means to take revenge on the Custer family and Arthur, who deserved to be cut into pieces. He didn't expect to meet this hated enemy in the mechanic contest. This guy actually passed the first round of the preliminary. Isn't this Savis? Chinrue also saw his old friend with hatred in his eyes. He took the initiative to greet him with a familiar face. The magic item you studied last time was really powerful. What makes me admire you even more is that you're willing to take such a big risk to try it yourself. You're indeed the top genius of the capital. When the mechanics in the same group heard that, they all showed an admiring expression. Genius plus diligence. No wonder he could be famous in the capital. To Savis, this compliment was another kind of unceremonious mockery. It was as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't reveal that kind of humiliation, so he had to swallow it. The hatred in his heart was at its peak. Savis was just an ant, so Chinrue didn't take him seriously at all. However, this kind of character could barely be used as a stepping stone to advance in the contest. It was this group's turn to start the competition. With a gloomy face, Savis walked in front of the team and entered the ancient magic tower. Chinrue originally thought that the ancient magic tower was a tower with layers of stairs and the walls were engraved with magic patterns. However, as soon as he entered, he realized that it was completely different from what he imagined. There was an independent space inside with colorful strange lights floating and changing around. At first glance, it looked colorful, but in the eyes of the mechanics, these patterns faintly showed a mysterious and profound magic circle. In addition to the light door at the exit, there was another light door in the distant space that could lead to a higher floor. The higher the floor, the more profound and difficult the magic circle was. The ancient magic tower had a total of 6 floors. It was said that even a master could only understand the mystery of the first 4 floors. There were many kinds of arrangements and combinations of magic circles. Everyone's mentality and focus were different, so the magic circles obtained were also different. He immediately began to record in the magic slate. The opportunity to enter the ancient magic tower was rare. Chinrue had already turned on deep analysis and began to record and scan. In deep analysis, those arrangements and combination patterns were quickly copied. Even if he couldn't finish analyzing at the moment, he could slowly analyze them in the future. His eyesight had reached the master level now, so he could see more things than ordinary people. Many of the magic circles on this floor were improved, but it wasn't difficult. According to the Alliance's classification, it was 1 star and quasi 2 star. Chinrue didn't stay too long and walked toward the light door leading to the upper floor. Compared with more than 100 people on the first floor, there were only a dozen people on the second floor. Savis was among them. When he saw Chinrue walk to the second floor, he sneered disdainfully. Due to Master Leo, it wasn't Savis' first time coming to the ancient magic tower. The magic circle on the second floor was much more difficult than the first floor, although there would be more points if he could record and complete it. If he couldn't complete it, then it wasn't as good as going to the first floor. The difficulty of this floor was really high, and the amount of data was also much larger. The scanning speed of deep analysis seemed to be a lot slower. I don't quite understand it. Chinrue held the magic slate and hesitated for a moment. He deliberately said to himself, "I don't know if it's better up there." Savis secretly sneered. "Only a master can understand it. This, Arthur, is just a rookie who just became a mechanic. He passed the first round of preliminaries by luck. At least Savis thought so. If he really goes to the third floor, let alone an hour, he can't even record a few strokes in a year. As a competitor and enemy, Savis certainly hoped that Chinrue would go to the third floor to die. As he hoped, Chinrue walked step by step toward the light door on the third floor and soon disappeared. Savis showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. His hands didn't stop as he recorded a more difficult magic circle. Then he crushed the magic stone he carried and teleported out of the ancient magic tower. The third floor wasn't just light, but there were also various flames and anomalies. Even the space had a strange distortion. In Chenrue's eyes, those melodies and colors were strange magic symbols with various arrangements like complex formulas. Some were taught by Master Xingxing and Master Sky, and some were even unheard of. With Chenrue's current state, he could naturally see the mystery of these formulas. He couldn't help but be immersed in it for a while. Outside the ancient magic tower, many people had finished recording and teleported out. There were special evaluators who began to record and verify the scores. The crystal screen in front of the Alliance building marked the latest top 200 rankings. The first place was impressively Savis. He used 10 minutes to record a quasi 3-star magic enhancement magic circle, 170 points. The second place was Robert. He used 15 minutes to record a quasi 3-star basic enhancement magic circle, 165 points. The third place was Southgate. He used 16 minutes to record a quasi 3-star basic enhancement magic circle, 164 points. The current result of the 200th place was he used an hour to record a 2-star magic weakening magic circle, 80 points. Chinrue had reached the 4th floor at this time. Even Chinrue found the things on the 4th floor difficult to understand. However, he had deep analysis. Although he didn't understand, he could record it first and then slowly comprehend it. After recording, Chinrue looked at the time on the magic stone. It had actually been more than an hour. Looking at the light door on the next floor, he hesitated for a moment and tried to walk over. As soon as he approached the light door, the space suddenly distorted. Countless mysterious imprints flashed, and a powerful repulsive force pushed him out. Every time he tried, the arrangement of those imprints was different. Chinrue had a feeling that even if he tried his best and cast scorching dragon possession with the power of Migra's state, he couldn't break through the power of this light door. The light door not only contained great power, but it was also a kind of rule. If he couldn't understand the rule, even if he had the power of Demon Overlord, he might not be able to break through. In the affairs center on the 5th floor of the building, a middle-aged man with white hair and beard frowned. He was the president of the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association and also the Empire's top mechanic, Master Anderson. Another curious guy is testing the door of the 5th floor. I don't know if it's a wise move to open the ancient magic tower this time. Master Rummenig on the side smiled and said, "Even we can't crack the seal of that door." "President, don't worry. In fact, this time it's more about discovering and cultivating potential juniors. It's good to let them broaden their horizons and gain some knowledge." Master Anderson nodded slightly and said nothing more. After trying and recording the magic symbol several times, seeing that there wasn't much time left, Chinrue looked at the latest ranking and had an idea in his mind. He recorded a magic circle on the second floor, crushed the magic stone, and teleported out. In the VIP seats set outside the Alliance building, seeing that the name of Arthur hadn't appeared within 200, Dior, who had been paying attention to the crystal screen, looked very ugly. Kia also looked a little nervous. At that moment, a beautiful woman walked over with a man's arm, showing a gloating look. "Isn't this our eldest brother, Dior? It's already the last time now. Why haven't I seen the Arthur you support appear on the ranking list? Falamo, what's our supporters' ranking now?" The man on the side was Dior's younger brother, Falamo. He sighed deliberately. Robert seems to be ranked second, although he is currently behind Savis. This kind of point ranking won't be brought into the semifinals. The real battle is still behind. As far as I know, the later events are Robert's strength. He is the champion of the previous tournament. The woman was Falamo's wife, Marianne Asmodeus, and also the sister of the second general of the Shadow Empire, Warren. This woman was very strong. Falamo was completely dominated by her, and he didn't even dare to take in a concubine. Dior was very annoyed, but he couldn't find the words to fight back. "Look at the screen!" Kia suddenly shouted excitedly. Dior quickly looked at it, and he was suddenly refreshed. Arthur's name finally appeared within the top 200. It took 1 hour and 25 minutes to record the magic circle as a 3-star basic enhanced type. The points were 95, and he was currently ranked 192nd. Since it was the last group, there weren't many people left in the Magic Tower. This ranking was basically stable, and he should be able to enter the next semifinals. Savis looked at Arthur's name on the screen and sneered viciously. "This is good too. I can continue to step on this enemy's head in the later games. Not only in the game, but at the end of the competition, it will be the time to crush Arthur." Dior, at the VIP seat, took a sigh of relief. It's good to be ranked 192nd. In any case, he finally escaped from death. Yelling, "What a rude country woman!" Marianne ridiculed Kia with dissatisfaction, then said to Dior with disdain, "I forgot to tell you that Horford, who is supported by Celine, is ranked in the top 50. Although the final victory will definitely belong to Falamo. What surprised me is that the person you chose is actually worse than Celine. No wonder he can't even keep his position as the first heir." Dior snorted coldly and ignored the two. At this time, Chinrue came to Dior, nodded to Kia, and smiled. "It seems that my luck is good. Within the top 200, I can enter the next round steadily. I'll be eliminated immediately in the next round." Marianne chuckled, holding a fan and elegantly blocking her contemptuous smile. "Dior, who is this pretentious, ugly woman?" Chenrue had heard Marianne's ridicule of Kia, so he deliberately asked. Marianne's face changed. Dior was overjoyed when he heard it and replied, "This is my brother Falamo, who wants to be the top and his woman." In order to retaliate for the sarcasm just now, Dior deliberately didn't mention Marianne's name. Chinrue suddenly realized, "I heard that your brother has several women outside. I wonder which one is it?" This time it was Falamo's face that changed. Seeing Marianne's cold gaze, Falamo's expression became quite interesting. In fact, Chinrue was lucky. Falamo did have a mistress outside, but because Marianne was too powerful and had a strong background, he had been hiding it from this fierce wife. Dior secretly gave Chinrue a thumbs up, but Chinrue was currently ranked around 190. The semi-final stage was not optimistic, so he asked worriedly, "The next round is the semi-final. The final candidate for the final stage will be decided. How confident are you?" Chinrue shook his head. This guy is too impatient. How can he ask such a question in front of his competitor? Big brother, second brother, and sister Marianne are here too. A young girl came over. The girl was dressed in a short skirt. She looked beautiful and youthful. Judging from the name, she should be Dior's youngest sister, Celine. Celine's threat was the smallest. She usually had a good relationship with her two brothers. Dior squeezed out a smile and nodded. Marianne also relaxed her tense face. Is this the supporter you chose, Arthur? Celine looked at Chun Rue curiously. He actually entered the ranks of 200 in the end. However, I was luckier this time. I found a mechanic named Horford. Although he's not famous, he's very powerful. He got the 47th place this time. Dior nodded with a bitter smile. Chenrue looked relaxed and said indifferently, Actually, I'm just holding back my strength. Dior sighed secretly. The ranking of this competition was there. At most, it could be considered as a fluke. No matter how I look at it, holding back seems to be forced. I hope your strength is as sharp as your mouth. Marianne pulled Falamo and left after leaving a sentence. Poor brother Falamo. You'll definitely become a punching bag when you go back. Celine smiled sweetly. She greeted Dior and turned to leave. The semi-final will start tomorrow. Let's go back and rest first. By the way, you have to help me get more materials. The sooner, the better. I need more inspiration. Chun Rue's last sentence was purely using his power for personal gain. Now was the time when he was willing to be beaten. It would be a waste not to take advantage of him. Chapter 253. The next day, the semifinals began. The content of the semifinals was a continuation of the preliminaries. These 200 people had to use the magic circle recorded in the ancient magic tower to make a piece of equipment. The top 10 out of the 200 people would participate in the finals. If the equipment could reach excellent grade, they would directly enter the finals. For a master, excellent grade was a common occurrence, but for a mechanic, even a senior mechanic, the difficulty of making an excellent grade equipment was almost equivalent to a master making a legendary grade equipment. Generally speaking, a top mechanic could make quasi-excellent grade equipment that was quite close to excellent grade. If they were in excellent condition or performed exceedingly well, they could make excellent grade equipment. However, the difficulty wasn't just that. They also needed to enchant the recorded magic circle. This difficulty was quite high. Those who could enter the finals must be the elite of the elite. The venue of the competition was the arena. The 200 people were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. Each group had 50 people. Every contestant must conduct a mechanic in front of all the audience. There were also special judges and supervisors. Once fraud was found, the contestant would be disqualified from the competition and publicly announced. The contestant would be banned from participating in any activities or competitions held by the Mechanic Association for life. Arthur, it's all up to you. Don't let me down. Dior said earnestly. The semi-finals was the time to fight for real ability. Now that his interests and Arthur were firmly tied together, there was no turning back. They were bound together for good or bad. Kia also said, Sir Arthur, please do your best. If you're willing to kiss me, I think I'll be more powerful. Chenrue teased. Kia pretended not to hear it. There seemed to be a blush on her face. Chenrue was a little surprised. This succubus can blush too? If it's acting, it seems that her acting skills have become stronger again. It has almost reached the state of returning to nature. Chenrue walked off the stage and came to the drawing place. He drew 3 and was assigned to the 3rd group. The 3rd group? A cold voice sounded. It was Savis. He waved the number in his hand, and it was actually the 3rd group. Such a coincidence. Chenrue smiled. It's really a small world. Maybe we can enter the finals together. Savis gritted his teeth and said, Enter the finals together? Are you worthy? I want to trample an ant like you under my feet in front of everyone. Don't look down on others. You're just a self-righteous fool. Do you think you're a genius just because I praised you a little? Chenrue looked at Savis with contempt. Maybe I can make excellent grade equipment. An ant that relied on luck to get where he is now can make excellent grade equipment. Savis sneered disdainfully. Do you have the guts to make a bet? Let's bet on a mechanic's most important pair of hands. Do you dare? Seeing Chen Rui's hesitation, Savis used his mana and suddenly raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Everyone! I now ask everyone to testify that I made a bet with this Arthur mechanic. If he can create excellent grade equipment in this semi-final, I will cut off my hands. If he can't do it, cut off his hand. The people of the demon realm were the most aggressive. As soon as they heard this exciting bet, the audience echoed. Shinrue frowned. So ruthless. If you don't dare, quit the game now and crawl under my crotch like a dog, Savis said fiercely, as if he wanted to vent the big loss he suffered that day. Many people noticed that the capital's genius had a grudge with this unknown little mechanic. He must be taking the opportunity to retaliate. With Savis' reputation and popularity, he was obviously bullying. The first place in the last round against the 192nd place. There was basically no suspense. Besides, Savis was also a genius mechanic who was famous throughout the capital. As a mechanic, I won't quit the game. Shinrue clenched his teeth. Okay, I'll bet. Several masters on the VIP seats frowned one after another. One of them was the president of the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association, Anderson, who is known as the Empire's top master. He said to Master Leo on the side, Savis is a talent cultivated by the association after all. This kind of revenge in public will inevitably affect the reputation of the association and himself. Master Leo had always been protective, so he defended. Young people are only energetic when they are impulsive. If we suppress him too much, he won't have today's achievements. At most, after he wins against Arthur, we'll reduce the punishment of the bet. Anderson glanced at Leo, sighed, and did not say anything. Rummenigge on the side recognized that the Arthur who bet with Savis was the young man who came to the capital with him. Rummenigge frowned even tighter. This young man really participated in the competition and even entered the semi-final. In any case, he is a talent with great potential. Perhaps he can be used by the royal family. I must try to protect him later. On the other hand, Master Kosa's eyes lit up at the back. He took out the bottle regardless of his manners, took a big gulp, and showed an expectant look. This competition is getting more and more interesting. The game began. In the huge arena, 50 crafting tables were set up, and the rest of the tools were prepared by the contestants themselves. For a while, the clanking sound kept ringing. For the audience, they were more interested in watching the fun than watching the technique. However, for the mechanics on the field, it was tantamount to a battlefield of life and death where no blood could be seen. At this critical moment, it wasn't only about skills, but more about mentality and willpower. The time for the first group's game was over. Several people covered their faces in pain. They were obviously losers. These produced equipment were sent to the 3 masters in charge of appraisal according to their numbers for identification. 2 excellent grade equipment appeared in the first group. The highest quality accessory was made by the popular champion, Robert. It seemed that the champion of the upper grade was indeed extraordinary. Among the 50 people in the second group, there was actually no excellent grade equipment. Even the quality of the equipment was generally low. In fact, it wasn't because they were weak, but under great pressure. Many people couldn't perform at their best. The third group's game began. Savis grinned at Shinrue a few times and walked to the crafting table. Savis' name as a genius wasn't just for show. His qualifications were indeed extraordinary. Coupled with Master Leo's careful guidance, as soon as he went on stage, his entire spirit and appearance suddenly changed. All the bets and hatred were put aside. All his attention was focused on the leather in his hand. What he was good at was leather proficiency. Measuring, cutting, bonding, sewing, and other processes were completed in one go. Savis felt that he was gradually entering a good state, and there were faint signs of exceeding his level. He was overjoyed and stabilized his emotions. An exquisite leather armor was gradually formed. The next step was the most important magic circle. Savis drew a magic circle for magic enhancement in the ancient magic tower. Although there were small flaws in the enchantment that most mechanics would have, the enchantment was completed relatively well. Savas' work. Water magic defense increased by 16%. Earth magic defense increased by 17%. Excellent grade. With the unanimous approval of the 3 appraisal masters, Savas smiled proudly. Master Leo at the VIP seat only felt proud. Although this leather armor was relatively low quality and excellent grade, it had reached excellent grade after all. Savas' level could be regarded as the top mechanic. President Anderson also nodded. Perhaps Leo is right. Young people are impulsive only then they are energetic. Although Savas is domineering and arrogant, he is indeed talented. Since he is a genius, he must have a unique personality. Savas' eyes fell on Chenrue. He saw Chenrue knocking the hammer in his hand absent-mindedly. He even glanced at him from time to time. He seemed to be frightened by the excellent grade equipment he just made. Now that the works on other crafting tables were completed one after another, there wasn't much time left. Even if he really had the ability to make excellent grade equipment, it would be too late. Such an ant-like character still wants to fight with me, a genius. Savas' eyes became more and more ruthless. I will cut off your hands later. Then I will ask someone to capture you alive. Yes, capture you alive. I can't let this enemy die too easily. I must get back the humiliation bit by bit. Just as Savas was imagining how to torture and kill Chenrue, he suddenly saw Chenrue smiling at him. The smile was full of contempt. That feeling was as if he was the ant that Chenrue didn't put in his eyes at all. There was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. At that moment, the hammer in Chenrue's hand suddenly sped up and knocked on the sword-shaped clamp in a disorderly manner. The loud, crisp sound almost covered the rest of the crafting tables. This sound also attracted several masters at the VIP seat. The top master of the Shadow Empire, Anderson, who specialized in metal proficiency, stared intently at the trajectory of Chenrue's swinging hammer. He was moved. Although Savas' teacher, Master Leo, was proficient in leather, he was also a person who knew what was good. The shock on his face became more and more intense. Master Rummenig nodded slightly. His previous worries had long been forgotten. Master Kosa drank a few mouthfuls of alcohol in a row. He couldn't help but cough, but his eyes were excitedly staring at Chenrue's crafting table. What this guy filled on the form is real. Dual specialized, and this technique is quite close to master level. Savas sneered as he looked at Chenrue, who was knocking randomly. After barely forging the sword, he began to enchant it in a flurry. Finally, the dull long sword was finally made. This is his strength? What a joke! I'm afraid he hasn't even reached the quasi-excellent grade. It seems that my previous worries are unnecessary. Huh? Savas laughed wildly a few times. As he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded, "Show me that sword." The one who spoke was actually the president of the VIP seat, the top mechanic master, Anderson. Savas' arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. How can this guy's useless sword attract Master Anderson's attention? The person in charge of supervising Chenrue's forging didn't dare to neglect, and immediately sent the sword to Master Anderson at the VIP seat. Anderson gently stroked the long sword and nodded slightly. Good sword. Savas, who had been paying attention to the VIP seat, suddenly changed his expression. Master Anderson, who has always been strict, said good sword. Could it be that this sword... Chapter 254. Attack increased by 18%. Attack speed increased by 18%. Tearing damage increased by 15%, and the inconspicuous surface also has a camouflage effect. What a great weapon! Judging from the enchantment effect of the quasi-3-star magic circle, this excellent grade weapon is almost perfect. Anderson's comment made Savas feel like he was struck by lightning. This broken sword actually has such a strong attribute. Could it be that Master Anderson's old eyes are blurred and he saw it wrong? Of course. Savas didn't dare to say this out loud. Anderson's comment of almost perfect made the nearby audience burst into an uproar. After all, who was Master Anderson? The president of the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Alliance, and also the top mechanic master. Since he said so, there was no doubt that this sword was an excellent grade weapon. What the audience was more interested in was that, since this was the case, the bet that Savas announced in public previously, Dior clenched his fists excitedly. To be able to create an excellent grade weapon in this kind of competition, and it's even an excellent grade weapon praised by Master Anderson. It's definitely not luck. This kind of strength is undoubtedly a real elite. Arthur really wasn't bragging. He really preserved his strength in the preliminary. Compared with Arthur, Savas' strength was obviously inferior. It seemed that choosing Arthur was the best decision. For a moment, in Dior's heart, those rare materials that were extorted also became worth it. There was no doubt that the candidate that he supported would enter the finals. Even Robert, who was chosen by Falamo, seemed to be overshadowed in comparison. Dior glanced at Marianne and Falamo, who looked terrible not far away, and he felt extremely happy. "Thank you for your comment, Master." Chinrue bowed politely to the VIP seats and smiled at the pale Savas. His voice suddenly increased. "Now it's time to fulfill the bet." The audience below the stage suddenly echoed loudly, "Fulfill the bet!" "That genius. I've been displeased with him for a long time. Cut off his hands." Savas' hands and feet were cold. He felt as if he had fallen into a sinister trap. What was even worse was that he dug this trap himself. At that moment, Master Leo at the VIP seat stood up, and his voice resounded through the audience. "Wait, I have something to say." Master Leo took a form and pointed at Chinrue. "This Arthur only passed the mechanic certification 3 days ago." The audience's whispers suddenly sounded in the stands. "I thought Arthur was a senior mechanic, but I didn't expect him to be a rookie who just became a mechanic. He can actually get such a result in the contest. He's simply too strong." Master Leo's next words revealed his true intention. 3 days ago, the mechanic registration period has ended. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the first round of preliminaries. The Alliance has a rule that forbids all cheating in competitions. I suggest that his results be revoked and he be kicked out of the competition immediately. Chen Rui's registration was done by Dior through a special channel. As long as his identity as a mechanic was fine, the Alliance wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Now, due to the bet between Chinrue and Savas, Leo found out about this matter in order to save his disciples' hands. As long as Chen Rui's qualification was denied, then the previous bet of making excellent grade equipment in the semifinals was naturally not valid. Although Leo's proposal was barely tenable in theory, many of the audience didn't buy it and expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. This Arthur is definitely the real deal, and the weapon he made has been affirmed by Master Anderson. Now that Savas is about to lose, why is he disqualifying him? Master Anderson's eyebrows gradually tightened. He disagreed with Leo's approach. Strictly speaking, Arthur was qualified for the contest because of the unspoken rules. However, this rule was indeed cheating on the surface, especially when Leo said that the Alliance has a rule that forbids all cheating in competitions. It made it hard for him, as the leader of the Alliance, to oppose it. If he relented this time, then the prestige of the Alliance would be greatly reduced in the future. Savas felt like he had escaped from death. He wiped his sweat and looked proud again. It's so different to have a mechanic master as a teacher. In any case, this Arthur is too dangerous. I must find a way to kill him after the competition. Dior didn't expect Master Leo to seize this point, and his face changed suddenly. The Falamo couple, who were originally nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. Marianne looked at Dior as if she was demonstrating and sneered. "I object to this proposal." The unexpected objection came from Master Rummenig. Rummenig slowly got up, and his voice was sonorous, because this so-called cheating doesn't exist at all. I have already sent an invitation to Arthur to participate in the competition. This matter can be witnessed by the third general, Crawford's son Monroe. Besides, he also has my recommendation badge on him. He could have directly entered the second round of preliminaries. Master Rummenigge was from the Asmodeus royal family. His reputation was only below Master Anderson. He had always been known for his fairness. The audience couldn't wait to see Arthur continue to participate in the competition, so they applauded. Chinrue suddenly realized that the badge also has such a role. It seems that the wine I offered to this master out of gratitude for the basic knowledge I gained along the way wasn't in vain. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have participated in the first round of preliminaries. By the way, this badge, he seems to have more than one, sure enough. Another voice also sounded. It seems that we all have a good eye for talent, Master Rummenigge. The one who spoke was Master Kosa. Kosa laughed with the smell of alcohol. Arthur, take out both of your recommendation badges. I don't believe that with the recommendation of two masters, there will still be someone who dares to question your participation qualification. Contrary to Master Rummenigge's impartiality in the alliance, Master Kosa was simply Leo's sworn enemy. He was even pushed to the mechanics certification office by Leo. This was just the right time for him to vent his anger. This time, all the audience looked at Chenrue in a different light. This Arthur actually got the unanimous recommendation of two masters. Chenrue took out two badges. The deputy on the side looked at it and nodded. It was indeed the master's recommendation badge. Leo slowly sat down with a pale face. Savis' face had turned gray. Arthur, as your recommender, I hope this bet you can be lenient as much as possible. Rummenigge frowned and added, after all, he was from the Asmodeus royal family, who was loyal to the royal family. Naturally, he didn't want to see a young genius of the Shadow Empire fall because of this. I am sorry, dear Master Rummenigge. Chenrue bowed and said loudly, if it's just because of the dispute of this competition, I can completely follow your suggestion and let him go. However, everyone doesn't know the real grievance between me and this genius. Just when I went to participate in the mechanic certification, this shameless guy used the name of Master Leo's disciple to act arrogantly and forcefully snatch my woman in front of me. Not only that, he also insulted my best friend, Mr. Dior of the Custer family and his wife, the daughter of the Empire's finance minister. The recording stone of those words is still in Mr. Dior's hands. Initially, I tolerated it because he was Master Leo's disciple and didn't bother about it. I didn't expect that he still refused to let me go during the competition. He actually wanted to use the bet to cripple my hands. Only then the audience present knew that there was such a grievance. Many people looked at Dior at the VIP seat and Arthur's woman, a mesmerizingly beautiful succubus. No wonder. Master Rummenigge sighed and didn't persuade any more. He slowly sat down. Kia knew that Arthur only deliberately said that she was his woman in order to kill Savis. When she recalled the scene of him stepping forward bravely, there was a strange feeling in her heart. These words mentioned Leo's name twice, and the matter involved the biggest sponsor of this competition, the Custer family, and even the Empire's finance minister. Even Master Leo couldn't plead or protect him anymore. Leo, who was pushed to the edge of the cliff, was so angry that his eyelids twitched. He was speechless for a while. Over the years, Savis was indeed arrogant, but his qualifications and advancement were there. The title of a genius also stopped many people's mouths. Now he was defeated by this damn bet, and it was proposed by Savis himself. Do you think a teacher named Leo is the Ultraman who saves the universe? Chenrue walked to Savis and glanced at him disdainfully. Then he suddenly raised his voice. I'm asking all the audience here now. Should I cut off his hands? There was no lack of people in the audience who were gloating and shouted in unison, You should! Savis' body went limp and collapsed to the ground as if he was sentenced to death. Master Anderson wanted to say something, but Master Kosa's words changed his plan. This young man named Arthur is the real genius. If he can be accepted as a disciple, he will be 100 times stronger than Savis. There was no reversal in what happened next. Savis, who lost his hands, was dragged out of the field like a dead dog. Chinrue had long guessed that Savis would use all kinds of evil schemes to take revenge. But Savis' strength was based on the master's disciple and the capital's genius. Once he lost the most important hands of a mechanic, Master Leo definitely wouldn't want such a notorious waste. Any capital's genius would vanish. With Savis' personality, he had offended too many people in the past. There was no need for Chenrue to do anything. Someone would naturally kill him. After Savis' episode, the competition continued. In the last group of competition, there was another near-perfect excellent grade longsword. It was not inferior to Chenrue's sword. The maker was Horford, the player supported by Dior's sister, Celine. This competition was indeed full of surprises. Savis, the favorite to win the championship, was directly kicked out because he lost his hands in a bet. Meanwhile, the limelight of the previous champion, Robert, was overshadowed by two dark horses. One was Arthur, and the other was Horford. Marianne and Falamo's faces looked particularly ugly. Originally, their choice of Robert should be the most likely to win the championship, but now he had become the least likely. Even Celine had surpassed them. The finals would be held in 5 days. By then, the champion of this competition would be decided. On the other hand, the 3 supporters of the Custer family all had the strength to win the championship. By then, the true heir of the Custer family would also be decided. Along the way, Dior's look at Chinrue was completely different. His words and deeds were particularly attentive. When he returned to the courtyard, he offered many benefits. For the last 3 materials needed for thunderous sound, he got another black phoenix feather, but the remaining thunder, dragon crystal, and star ice gravel could only be found in the warehouse of the Mechanic Association, and they were not for sale. As long as he won the first place in the competition, he could get any 3 rare materials in the Mechanic Association's warehouse. So Chenrue was determined to win this competition. Chapter 255. Outer City of the Dark Shadows Capital, the most prosperous South Street. Chinrue and Kia strolled leisurely. Chinrue was still wearing the mechanic costume, but many people had recognized that he was Arthur, who amazed everyone in the mechanic contest and won the capital genius, Savis' hands in a bet. No matter which field it was, the demon realm always respected the strong. The loser was not worthy of sympathy, especially the arrogant Savis. Many people showed considerable respect to Chenrue. Of course, there were many high-ranking royal families in the capital. In the eyes of these people, this was just a mechanic contest after all, not a master contest. Chinrue, who had no background, was considered a genius with a little potential, but that was all. He didn't show any particular enthusiasm. Instead, Master Kosa from the Mechanic Association threw an olive branch to Chinrue and offered to accept him as an apprentice. Chinrue didn't directly refuse the kindness, but he tactfully said that he would reply after the final was over. Kia, who was next to Chinrue, attracted a lot of amazing gazes. The succubus in a long dress showed her amazing temperament and beauty. With a confident smile on her face, she looked like a noble lady. The charm of the succubus was undoubtedly revealed. Compared with the original maid costume, she had her own style. After walking around for so long, you must be hungry. This is not bad. Fill your stomach first. We'll find a restaurant later. Chinrue held a skewer of candied haws, which was a snack in the capital. Compared with the other 2 empires, the royal family of the Shadow Empire paid more attention to life and enjoyment. Driven by this hobby, the capital had a rich variety of goods and food. There were also many places for consumption. Kia took the skewer of meatballs, took a bite, and nodded with a smile. The 2 then came to a high-end restaurant and asked for a quiet private room. They ordered a few dishes and a bottle of wine, and ate slowly. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chinrue patted his stomach in satisfaction. What a pleasant life! Kia covered her mouth and smiled. I feel that since Lord Arthur came, everything seems to have become simpler. I'm just an extra assistant. It'd be great if all the missions in the future could be as easy as this. If you really want, I can ask Her Royal Highness to take you over. You can follow me from now on. Chinrue said disapprovingly, Anyway, I don't belong to the Dark Moon. If I make a request at this critical time, she won't refuse. Kia looked surprised. Sir Arthur is not from the Dark Moon? Sure enough, he was beginning to probe. Chinrue had deliberately led Kia into this mode of thinking. He wanted to take the initiative so that he could further investigate her background. Of course not, Chinrue replied without hesitation. She used 3 good things in exchange for my action this time. Once the Custer family's matter is over, I will have nothing to do with her anymore. Kia didn't have much doubt about these words because she had been in the Dark Moon for several years. She knew a lot of information, but she had never heard that Princess Royal had such a top-notch mechanic. If his level really surpassed Robert, then it was likely that he was only a hair's breadth away from master. I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Kia hesitated slightly and shook her head. Besides, my current ownership belongs to the sheriff of the Dark Moon, that useless human who has been in a coma due to illness. Chinrue deliberately said disdainfully. In fact, he hoped that Kia would say a few good things about that human. That was the mentality of a typical young man. He's not useless. Kia objected, which was rare. She looked like she was reminiscing. He's just a little silly and nice guy. Well, it's more or less a nice guy card. Do you think it's easy for me? Chinrue deliberately changed his tone and said, I admit that I went a little overboard. Princess Royal showed me a few of his designs. His creativity is not bad. Let's not talk about this guy. As long as you're willing to follow me, leave the rest to me. Why are you so nice to me? Kia looked aggrieved. Actually, you know that my physique is special. I can't serve any man. I'm the kind of person who does things my own way. I'm a little overbearing. I like the people I like. As for the people I don't like, no matter how powerful they are, I will find a way to make them suffer. Savis is the best example. In these words, Kia believed that Arthur was not fascinated by her, and then he dealt with Savis under her charm. Instead, he unreasonably attacked Savis directly and pulled her up from the edge of the fire pit. Not only that, in this mechanic contest, he also set up a trap to lure the capital's genius who had a master as his backer, completely destroying Savis' future. It was said that Savis' body was found in the suburbs shortly after the contest. As Arthur said himself, overbearing, protective, ruthless, belonged to the type of person who did things his own way. If I really want a woman to serve me, as long as I ask Dior now, he can even get a woman more beautiful than you. Chinrue said generously, I just like you, and I like you. I don't want you to serve me, or anything. It's that simple. Kia was shocked. She looked down, then she showed a charming smile. So what does Sir Arthur want me to do? I don't like your smile. It's fake. Chinrue shook his head. I heard from Jia that you were put on a magic ring. Don't worry. I hate using this to control women. I'm a mechanic, so I can try to help you get rid of the magic ring. If you don't like me, you can also leave me and live freely. I'm such a person. This trick was actually to advance by retreating. If he really figured out Kia's intention, it wasn't entirely a lie to let her go. Although this succubus was very tempting, he didn't like to keep a time bomb around. Freedom. It seemed to be the first time Kia met such a man who was willing to help her, just because he liked her and had no other intentions. The succubus was in a trance for a moment, and her smile suddenly became a little bitter. Counting the days in the Dark Moon, Chinrue had been with her for a long time, but it was the first time he saw such a bitter smile. Perhaps under the usual charm, there is an unspeakable bitterness? Chinrue's mind moved. He stood up and walked over. He held her hand, but he didn't make any excessive movements. Instead, he held the black bracelet, which was the magic forbidden bracelet that could restrain magic power. Chinrue said affirmatively. I'll help you get rid of this restraint now. No. Kia retracted her hand as if she was shocked. Don't get rid of it. Why aren't you willing to remove the restraint? Chinrue said loudly with dissatisfaction. Fortunately, this expensive private room had a special magic, soundproof circle. Otherwise, many people around would hear the roaring emperor's voice. Do you still want to go back to the Dark Moon? You'd rather go back to be a lowly maid than want the freedom I give you? Kia is originally a lowly maid. A trace of deep pain flashed through Kia's eyes, but her smile was more attractive. Sir's kindness is purely a waste. Although he couldn't open her mouth, Chinrue had already obtained 3 relevant pieces of information. 1. Kia's actions can't be controlled by me. She must keep the magic ring and return to the Dark Moon. 2. Kia must have a corresponding mission in the Dark Moon that hasn't been completed yet. She must have other contacts. 3. Kia may have some difficulties, but she can't easily reveal them. It's not bad if I can use persuasion to slowly elicit Kia's purpose. If it's really excusable, Chinrue won't be stingy with his help. At this moment, he suddenly showed a vigilant look. Although the room's soundproofing effect was good, it couldn't isolate the detection range of analytical eyes. Kia noticed that Chinrue's expression was strange, so she cleverly didn't say anything. Chinrue stood in front of her. At this moment, the door was slammed open, and a figure rushed in like lightning. Chinrue waved his hand, and the dark elf only felt that his speed suddenly slowed down. Before he could react, the dagger in his hand suddenly fell into the opponent's hand. Almost at the same time, he felt a pain in his heart. He was pierced by his own dagger. After Chinrue killed the dark elf at lightning speed, his right hand grabbed the air to the side, and he just happened to catch a great demon who teleported down. He directly lifted the great demon up. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and punched. A yellow light flashed, and a great demon's chest caved in with a fist mark. He fell straight down. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 peak-hired demon assassins were dead and 1 was injured. No, all 3 were dead. The great demon caught by Chinrue saw that the situation wasn't right. Without waiting for the opponent to interrogate, he bit the poison sac in his teeth and died from the poison. It seemed that these were strictly trained men of sacrifice. The person who sent the men of sacrifice might be Master Ultraman, who had a grudge against him in the contest, or a competitor. It could also be the Falamo couple. Kia was an expert in magic. In her eyes, Arthur just used 2 kinds of earth magic, Decelerate and Magic Flying Fist. They were all silent without any incantation, and his close combat ability was very strong. He instantly killed the 3 assassins. Even if they were both at the peak of higher demon, there must be a clear difference in the combat power of the 2 professions, mechanics and assassins. However, the assassins were dead now, and the mechanics were safe and sound. It was very likely that this Arthur's true strength had reached Demon King level, and he was a dual cultivator of strength and magic. A mechanic at the peak of Demon King level was only a step away from the mechanic master. Unfortunately, these were still far from enough. Kia sighed softly, and her hand suddenly felt warm. She was held by Chinrue. This place isn't safe. Let's go. You have no power now. If there are more troublesome assassins, I'm afraid it will affect you. It was obviously a sentence of afraid, assassins wanting to leave, but there was a faint warmth in Kia's heart. She didn't break away from his hand and let him lead her out. The assassination was definitely done by someone with ulterior motives. Chinrue didn't look for trouble with the restaurant. He just informed them to clean up the mess. He didn't stop with Kia and went all the way back to Dior's courtyard. Chapter 256. Dior was shocked when he learned that the 2 were assassinated. He associated it with the situation where he was assassinated and scolded Falamo and Marianne for being despicable and shameless. After comforting Chinrue and Kia, he hurriedly left with a group of guards. He said that he would immediately rush to the inner city to complain to his father, Kraz. Chinrue knew that this kind of complaint was useless, but he let him be. Seeing that Kia seemed to be a little depressed, he made a shameless look. "Kia, don't take today's incident to heart." Kia knew that he was talking about the little unpleasantness of the restaurant, so she shook her head and said, "I should be the one saying sorry." "Don't say any more. This is for you." Kia took the box and looked at it. It was a beautiful brooch, and her eyes lit up. "This is what we saw just now. I saw that you like it. So I secretly bought it when you weren't paying attention." Chinrue smiled. "Take it. It's a little surprise." "Thank you, sir." Kia curled her mouth and showed a slight smile. Chinrue nodded. "This smile is much better than usual. I like it very much." Kia's face was hot. She excused herself to go in to rest and left in a hurry. Arthur's unscrupulous laughter sounded behind her. Listening to the pride in the man's laughter, somehow the succubus felt her heart beat a little faster. As Chinrue expected, Dior's complaint in front of his father, Kraz, was fruitless. However, Kraz made a decision to let his 3 children and the mechanics they supported temporarily move to the inner city. The inner city was heavily guarded. Civilians and unrelated people were not allowed to enter. This could prevent such assassinations from happening again. The Custer family's house in the inner city was very big. Chinrue brought Kia to live in a courtyard. Although they didn't go out shopping again, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding after the previous incident. The formulaic smile on Kia's face was reduced imperceptibly. Yesterday, Chinrue happened to meet a competitor who was the previous champion, Robert. He was a great demon with the strength of intermediate demon. He was thin and looked very capable. When he saw Chinrue, he showed an unfriendly look and did not answer. He turned around and left, giving off the feeling of there are many grudges in the same trade. As night fell, the 2 moons in the sky shone with a faint purple radiance. Kia got along well with Dior's sister, Celine. Not long ago, she took her to see new clothes. Chinrue sat on the stone table in the courtyard, holding a glass of wine and slowly tasting it, doing things his own way, bold and scheming, stubbornly liking certain kinds of beauties and wine. These were the key words that shaped the character of Arthur. In order to maintain this image, he now drank every day, usually alone. When he was drinking, he missed many people at the same time. He missed the woman he loved, the woman who was truly his, the woman he might like, the lowly who was only his sister at the moment, the unscrupulous friend in an abnormal state, and the relatively normal friend. Chinrue did not slow down the training of strength because of mechanics. During this period, in addition to connecting the time rule of the training ground and the refinery, he was also training in the training ground. He used various rules such as gravity, surfy sea, deep sea, time, and so on. The advancement of the mind training did not stop because of the end of the Alioth state. On the contrary, with the spur of Shura, who might be resurrected at any time, the training of the mind had become one of the daily courses. Even his daily words and deeds were a state that coincided with the training. The requirement of the Migra state was indeed refining. However, the word law was not only about spirit or magic. It covered a wide range. He remembered that there was a saying in Buddhism. All the laws were divided into 5 skandhas, 12 places and 18 realms. However, he only remembered these names, but he could not remember what they were specifically. Chinrue's understanding of the law was all things and phenomena which could be called the world. He had a vague feeling that the world might be similar to the power of the so-called territory, or they might be similar. The day he truly understood the territory should be the time when he reached the great perfection of the Migra state. However, the power of the territory could only be mastered by at least the Demon Emperor level. Even at the Demon King level, it was only a pseudo-territory. He was at most equivalent to the Great Demon King level now. Even if he had some concepts taught by Paglio, he couldn't understand and comprehend it. Chinrue thought of a newly acquired thing, which was the Realm King fruit that he got from the melon family. The Realm King fruit was the essence born from the Aurora Frost. After consumption, it could derive a spiritual imprint similar to the feeling of territory according to the consciousness of the user, thereby helping the user to understand and deepen the power of the territory. Perhaps I can try using the Realm King fruit. However, the power of the Realm King fruit was too powerful. It could only be withstood by the Demon Emperor level and above. I wonder if I can solve this problem through star devouring and star conversion. Anyway, the Realm King fruit will lose its effect within 3 months. Of course, for now, it's better to complete the mechanic contest first. Chinrue casually took a sip of wine and suddenly frowned slightly. He saw a slim figure walking over, but it wasn't Kia. This woman approached. It was Marianne. Due to the talent of Nirvana, the Asmodeus royal family, regardless of male or female, had the most beautiful appearance in the entire demon realm. Marianne had a good figure. Her breasts and buttocks were plump, and her waist was soft. Her facial features were also outstanding, but her eyebrows were a little thick, which made her look slightly domineering. The more she looked like this, the more people had an alternative desire to conquer her. They wanted to see how this domineering woman was in bed. Marianne wore a low-cut dress that revealed her shoulders. It was even more seductive under the moonlight as she walked over leisurely. Master Arthur. Although Arthur didn't obtain the certification of a master, he had already shown strength very close to that of a master. This deliberate compliment made him smile slightly. Marianne saw that he didn't refute the compliment, and she was slightly relieved. However, she didn't know that Chenrue's true strength had already reached the master level long ago. Isn't it a bit boring for master to drink alone here? Do you want to have a drink together? Chenrue had already guessed that Marianne was definitely here to win him over, so he nodded. Marianne was secretly delighted. She sat down, took out a cup, and filled it up. I was blind a few days ago, and my words were rude. Please forgive me for offending you, master. I'll drink this cup as a sign of respect. Marianne drank a glass of wine and sat closer to Chenrue. The fragrance of her body went straight into his nose. Madame Marianne, just say it. Chenrue took a sip of wine slowly. I don't like to beat around the bush. Marianne calmed herself down and said, Master strength is obvious to all in the semifinals. Although Robert is the previous champion, in my opinion, he is far from Master's opponent. I hope Master can let him win in the finals the day after tomorrow. Oh, Marianne saw that Chenrue wasn't overly agitated, so she quickly added, Master also knows that this time it's related to the heir of the Custer family. As long as Master is willing to help this time, there will be a reward. No matter what, I can double what Dior gave Master. I can even give Master myself. Chenrue's eyes fell on the undulating ravine in front of Marianne's chest. Then he looked up and down again. Anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't look. Marianne felt like she was a commodity being evaluated by a merchant. She was the sister of the second General Warren, a dignified Asmodeus royal family. At that time, because of Warren's big mistake, he almost died. In order to preserve his power, she had to reluctantly marry into the Custer family. After marriage, she had been bossing around her husband, Thalamo, and he was very overbearing. Now that she was being stared at unscrupulously and rudely by the other party, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She had to show a welcoming smile on her face. After Chenrue enjoyed his free gaze, he said slowly, I'm afraid Thalamo didn't know about this bargaining chip in advance. Aren't you afraid that he will turn hostile? How dare he? Marianne's eyes narrowed. She had a bit of her usual prestige and smiled charmingly. That man is just a coward. How can he be compared to a real man like Master? As long as Master agrees, not only tonight, I can continue to be Master's secret lover in the future. My brother is the Empire's second general, Warren, a member of the Asmodeus royal family. I can also recommend Master to become a high-ranking court mechanic. As she said, Marianne's eyes revealed a lustful brilliance, and her breath became hot. Let me tell you a secret. Falamo is basically a useless trash in bed. I really want to see the strength of a real man. Chinrue felt a little sympathetic for Falamo. Not only was he being controlled by his wife, he even had to be cuckolded. Actually, even if I agree, Robert may not be able to win the championship. In my opinion, Horford is stronger than me. Madam, you only have one body. Are you planning to sell it to 2 families? Or after the seduction here fails, you can try there? Marianne's eyes suddenly became cold. What do you mean? Don't you understand yet? Chinrue drank a glass of wine unhurriedly. Madam, your seduction failed. I'm not interested in women like you. I suggest that before you go to Horford's side, you should first understand the other party's preferences. For example, it's true that I like women, but my taste is a bit picky. For the type I like, I will get them at all costs. For those I don't like, even if they strip naked in front of me, they're no different from a skeleton. Marianne suddenly stood up, and a great shame surged in her heart. Her original charming eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. You will regret the choice you made today. Marianne gritted her teeth and left angrily. Chinrue didn't take to heart. He knew very well that Marianne's seduction and winning were all for the contest. Once the contest was over, he was just a small mechanic. He would most likely be killed. Besides, even if those promises were true, he wouldn't agree. Chinrue took another sip of wine and smiled faintly. Okay, come out. You've been watching for a while. A bell-like laughter sounded. Master is indeed a master. My sister-in-law is used to being domineering. Suddenly being teased like this, I'm afraid she will vomit blood in anger. It's a pity that my second brother has to be the punching bag again. The woman who spoke was actually Dior's youngest sister, Celine. Celine walked over in a casual short skirt. She had big eyes and a beautiful and lovely face. Although she was slightly inferior to Marianne in terms of beauty, she was full of youthful vigor unique to a young girl, especially the ample outline of her chest, the standard, childlike face, that lethal weapon. If a little Loli was here, her purple eyes would definitely be red with jealousy. Ms. Celine, Chinrue smiled. Where's Kia? She's trying on clothes and jewelry in my fitting room. I promised to give her a few sets as a way to please a master like you. Celine smiled cutely. Then why did Ms. Celine leave Kia in the fitting room and come here by yourself? Celine smiled. I know that Master doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. In fact, my intention is the same as sister-in-law Marianne. I hope Master can give up the championship of this competition. In fact, with Master strength, you don't need this level of competition to prove it. But this kind of victory is really too important to me, so I have to take the liberty to ask Master. This request really surprised me. Chinrue looked surprised. I heard from Dior that his competitor is his younger brother, Falamo. His younger sister, Celine, has always been not very keen on this. I didn't expect that Miss is still very interested in the position of the master. I can't not be interested. My eldest brother's ability is too poor. The family will be ruined in his hands sooner or later. The second brother is almost the same. Although he has a smart and powerful wife, she is indeed from the Asmodeus royal family. Once he controls the family, it won't take long for the Custer surname to be replaced by Asmodeus. Only I can continue the Custer family. Celine said with a smile. I've explained the reason. However, if Master really makes such a concession, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. Just now, sister-in-law Marianne was too stingy. It's just double the reward. How about this? I'll pay 10 times and I can pay half of it now. Chinrue's eyes lit up slightly. Logically, the benefits that Dior pays me must be an astronomical figure. Celine asked for 10 times, and now she can pay 5 times in advance. This kind of courage isn't something that ordinary people have. It seems that this girl isn't simple. Both Dior and Falamo have underestimated this seemingly harmless sister. No wonder the unknown mechanic, Horford, whom Celine supported this time, could enter the finals with amazing results and become one of the two biggest dark horses. This might not be luck. Chenrue looked interested, but he shook his head. I appreciate Ms. Celine's kindness, but I have an agreement with Mr. Dear First. I don't want to break my promise. Actually, I was just testing Master just now. Sure enough, Master didn't let me down. In the demon realm, there are very few people who keep their promises like Master. Celine wasn't unhappy. Instead, there was a hint of maturity and firmness in her smile that didn't match her age. Only such a man is worthy of me, Celine Custer. Chenrue was really taken aback. Celine's eyes glowed with a strange light. As long as you help me ascend to the position of the family head, you can rightfully be my man. The entire Custer family is yours. You can use the family's resources to further improve your skills. You don't have to wander outside to try your luck. If I'm not wrong, your level should be a real master long ago. The Custer family itself started as a mechanic. This is a win-win situation. With your ability and potential, even if I'm the family head, it won't be a grievance to be your woman. I know you like to do things your own way, so I won't restrict you. You can have many women, but you have to marry into the Custer family in name. Our descendants will also have the surname of the great demon Custer family and will continue to control the Custer family. I believe my father, Kraz, will also be happy to see this. Even if he's unwilling to let a girl like me control the family, as long as the overall situation is set, he can only face this fact. Chenrue put down the wine glass. His eyes were a little dignified, as if it was the first time he met Celine. This seemingly innocent and lovely girl has a big heart.